Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's death lottery wrapped up with only 4 fatalities across all districts. I know a whole lot of you lost big on that one. Thank your lucky stars for the ACPA. If those donut-powered gunslingers hadn't stepped in, the body count wouldn't have stopped at 20. Maelstrom caused another mess in Kabuki. No surprise there. Those chrome-obsessed psychos can't sit still. Over in Haywood, the Valentinos had their own disaster. Didn't even get to celebrate Dia de los Muertos. Half of them were running around the streets with their pants half on. Typical day in the city, huh? Pacifica? Still the same. Honestly, City Hall should give them an award for the quietest district. Anyway, I'm your buddy Stan. Let's chase those dreams, Night City. The chaotic broadcast slammed into Carl's ears and dragged him out of unconsciousness. Perfect. My head splitting. He opened his eyes. A wall pressed against his back, and a flood of blurry neon poured into his vision. Every billboard around him flickered in violent, clashing colors. It was almost brighter than keeping his eyes shut. These ads are blinding. As his vision settled, he took in the smell and realized he was lying in a pile of garbage inside a high-rise apartment complex. A flimsy rail, maybe 1.2 meters tall, separated him from the courtyard below. Every inch of space was plastered with neon, logos, ads, warnings, each one screaming for attention. Their glow washed the entire floor in a dreamlike haze. He forced himself upright, body aching everywhere. No one spare him a glance. The corridor stretched about 100 meters long, crowded with people in chaotic, futuristic outfits. They talked, laughed, argued, cybernetics bolted to their bodies like fashion accessories. What the hell is this? His mind was clearing, slowly. He tried to grab the last memory before he blacked out. Carl, first name Ka, last name Air. Rare surname. Average life. Good looks, loves games, nothing special. He remembered watching a gameplay demo. Cyberpunk 2077. And then nothing. The scene in front of him felt painfully familiar. Too familiar. The skyscraper. The layout. The look of the residents. He'd seen this exact place in the demo, wherever he lived. He stared at the nearby residents properly this time. The bizarre outfits weren't cosplay. Those bulky, mismatched pieces of machinery were real cybernetics. Could this really be happening? A man shuffled past him, shoulders twitching, movements jerky. Carl's eyes drifted lower, then froze. His crotch was glowing. Not metaphorically, literally glowing, and shifting colors like a neon sign set to party mode. Okay, that's not something anyone sees back home. The man twitched past him, and Carl climbed out of the trash heap, clinging to the faint hope he was hallucinating. But as he reached the railing and looked up, a hovercar streaked overhead at impossible speed. Right? This is real. He slapped his own cheeks with grimy hands until he felt fully awake. His old world had hovercar prototypes, sure, but nothing like this. The tech gap was enormous. Well, at least it wasn't Warhammer 40K. If anything, Cyberpunk was the gentler option. He waited for a system message. Nothing. No interface, no tutorial, no cheat menu popping up. Just silence. Did I transmigrate with the body? Maybe I'll get the guy's memories? A resident jogged past him, yanked down his pants, and relieved himself nearby. In the puddle of neon-colored liquid, Carl caught his reflection. Full-body transmigration. He stared at the young face, staring back. Maybe 18 or 19. In his original world, he was 24. Nice. Free youth reset. 5 stars. He left the half-conscious, urinating resident behind and walked deeper into the building, hoping to find the date. Stan's broadcast had mentioned Dia de los Muertos, November 1st or 2nd. So today had to be the 2nd or 3rd. He only knew that because he'd seen Coco. A shifting hallway billboard finally gave him the answer. An ad for the death lottery flashed the date. November 3rd, 2075. 2075? What happened to 2077? As he tried to piece everything together, one more detail clicked. Every sign he'd seen, every announcement he'd heard, they weren't in any language he knew. Yet he understood all of it without effort. So maybe he wasn't completely empty-handed after all. Carl's first real spark of excitement in this new world came the moment he realized his golden finger wasn't just a translator. After waking up in 2075 and discovering he could understand every sign and broadcast around him, he'd braced himself to face Night City with absolutely nothing. But now, it felt like he'd at least been handed a metaphorical pair of underwear. Not much, but better than being completely exposed. He wasn't some chrome junkie drowning himself in water of life. A bit of security went a long way. Once he got his nerves under control, he started thinking about priorities. He needed a place to sleep, something to eat, and ideally a device to communicate with. Did this world still have normal phones, or was everything wired into people's skulls now? Carl wasn't foolish enough to think he could fight toe-to-toe with machines using raw flesh. If he had the chance to pick up cyberware, he definitely would. But just imagining the price tag made him wince. High-end tech here had to cost a fortune. Maybe outdated gear would be cheaper, or maybe it would be so obsolete it cost even more. Lost in thought, Carl walked back toward the green mohawk guy who had been drunkenly relieving himself earlier. The man now lay sprawled on the ground, completely motionless. Metal plates framed both sides of his face, and beside his limp hand was a handgun. Militech Lexington. Carl blinked. For a split second, something floated in his field of vision. Text, then vanished. Curious, he focused on the gun again. The words reappeared. Militech M10AF Lexington. A compact, easy-to-use Militech kinetic handgun. Low recoil. Ideal for subduing targets. So his golden finger wasn't just translating written language. It could analyze weapons, too. Could it analyze people? He shifted his gaze to the man. Insufficient information. Different result. Why? Curious, Carl tried scanning the people passing through the hallway. Every person showed the same unreadable message. But their weapons? Some came with descriptions, others didn't. That's when a pattern clicked. This ability wasn't pulling info from the air. It was pulling it from him, from his memories. Anything he'd seen, read, or heard before could be resurfaced, translated, or summarized automatically. He remembered reading about the Lexington handgun in a pre-release leak years ago. The description he'd seen back then matched exactly. So it was less of a translator and more of a brain-powered recall system, turning vague memories into clean, readable data. Honestly, better than a simple translator. Carl glanced at the gun, then at the green mohawked man twitching on the floor. He hesitated, not because of morals. The guy's body was still moving. That was the only reason he didn't grab the gun immediately. But a few seconds later, the twitching stopped. And so did the man. Deceased. Cause of death, overdose. Carl looked around. No one was nearby. No cameras he could spot. Just trash and neon. Well, the dead deserve respect, sure. But the living get priority. He crouched down and lifted the Lexington from the ground. As he did, a handful of colorful paper slips fell from the man's pocket. Eurodollars. Carl pocketed all 230 eddies without hesitation. Thanks, he murmured. He gave the body a short moment of silence. Not out of guilt. Carl didn't kid himself. He simply believed in paying back kindness and returning grudges. Even if the kindness was unintentional. If you've got family, and I ever have the means, I'll repay this debt. He tucked the gun under his black jacket and headed for the elevator. First goal, find a phone or whatever passed for one here. Even monks needed collection bowls. He needed a device. The elevator groaned as it descended, blasting ads non-stop. Thin beams of light bled through cracks in the rusted doors, splintering across Carl's face. The look made him seem half dream, half illusion. With a screech, the doors dragged open. Light hit him immediately. A wall of shifting color poured out from the towering arcology. Blues, pinks, yellows, reds. Every building coated in neon, every street trembling with motion. Crowds moved like rivers of chrome and cloth. Night City stretched out before him. People called it the City of Dreams. Others, the City of Crime. But seeing it with his own eyes, Carl felt something else entirely. A city of light. So bright it was almost ridiculous. Carl let out a short laugh. Whatever the nickname, Dreams Crime Light, it didn't matter. Because now he was part of it. I'm here. He closed his eyes for a second, tilted his head toward the sky, then looked straight ahead. Carl, have a skyscraper was located in Watson, Night City. Carl only had to think for a moment before the details about the district surfaced in his mind. Watson District. Watson was once an industrial area filled with skyscrapers, nightclubs, corporate offices, top-tier medical centers, and bustling food streets. It was supposed to be the heart of Night City, until the financial crisis destroyed everything. Now, Watson is the poorest district in Night City, home to its two most dangerous gangs, the Tiger Claws and the Maelstrom, who roam the slums and back alleys. NCPD Danger Level Assessment. Extremely dangerous. The NCPD, or Night City Police Department, made it clear that Carl's current location was dangerous even for law enforcement officers. Waking up in a place like this, is this luck or not? Carl thought to himself. Still, he was hungry, and the moment he stepped outside, several food stalls greeted him. Their signs displayed East Asian cuisine, something he was familiar with. It made sense. After all, Carl was now in Little China. Little China, originally an extension of the city center, it was planned as a second downtown during Night City's reconstruction. Corporations invested heavily in its development, and in the 2040s, the district saw an influx of East Asian immigrants, mostly Chinese. This led to its nickname, Little China. However, as Watson was abandoned, Little China became one of Night City's poorest areas. Carl walked up to one of the stall owners. He glanced at the damaged seat cushions, their brown foam visible through the tears. His eyes swept over the greasy table surface, still dotted with bits of leftover food. After a quick scan, he found a relatively clean seat and sat down. Other customers were seated at the stall, and the owner was busy preparing food for them. During a brief moment, the owner called out to Carl, "Menus are on the screen. Just let me know when you've decided." Following the owner's greasy finger, Carl saw that what used to be a tabletop was now replaced by a glowing digital screen. The menu was displayed there, showcasing a variety of dishes with their prices. Judging by the pictures, the food looked appetizing. Unfortunately, Carl knew a little too much. As soon as he saw the images, he understood the reality behind them. In this world, truly fresh organic food was a rare luxury reserved for the elite. Street food stalls like this relied on supplies from protein farms and all food factories. Artificial meat, hydroponic vegetables, and synthetic spices made up the bulk of Night City's cuisine. And the raw ingredients? They often came from wriggling white worms and algae. Of course, less regulated food factories might add in some surprise ingredients for variety, but you'd be naive to expect rat meat. In this era, rats, contaminated or not, were considered rare delicacies, something you could brag about. In fact, rats were scarcer than the corporate lapdogs wandering the streets. As images of worms and locusts flashed through his mind, Carl decided there was no need to embrace the extremes right away. His gaze shifted to the vegetarian options. Algae's not too bad, he thought. He spotted Chinese cold noodles. Judging by the picture, this dish seemed like the simplest vegetarian option available. Though traditional cold noodles were usually based on chicken or beef broth, this version seemed more basic. The noodles themselves, however, were likely made from wheat, one of the few ingredients Carl felt confident about. Wheat was more cost-effective compared to other alternatives, which explained why it was still used. In the United States, Petrochem was the only company licensed to commercially grow genetically modified wheat. This wheat was a high-sugar grain designed for catalyzing and fermenting into CHOH2, a synthetic alcohol that had become the world's standard combustible fuel. Petrochem and its subsidiaries controlled millions of acres of farmland in the U.S., and during harvest season, there was often a surplus of this wheat. The excess was sold to food factories or, as part of public relations campaigns, donated to impoverished countries under the guise of humanitarian aid. Fortunately for Night City, some of Petrochem's farmland was nearby, ensuring a steady supply of normal wheat for making staple foods like noodles. Word on the street was that this genetically modified wheat tasted amazing. Carl wasn't sure if that was true. He checked the price of the so-called Chinese noodles, which were actually more of a traditional Korean dish. The cost, €3. Considering that this food stall was located in a poverty-stricken area, and that this was a vegetarian noodle dish, the price seemed to be the equivalent of poor people's pricing compared to other places. Still, at €3 for one meal, it was clear that the euro in this world was very different from the euro in his previous life, after years of inflation. In the past, €3 were equivalent to about 23 units of Carl's home country's currency. But now, their value seemed almost identical. With this new knowledge and information stored in his mind, Carl felt he had adapted a little more to this city. "Boss, one order of cold noodles, please," Carl said. Just as he reached into his pocket to pay, ready to try the taste of the noodles, an unexpected event, or rather, what was just another day in Night City, unfolded. Boom! A kinetic handgun fired, the explosive crack of the bullet leaving the chamber echoing through the air. The head of the food stall owner, in front of Carl, burst open. This wasn't some exaggerated metaphor. It was literal. Red and white matter sprayed everywhere as the skull failed to contain its contents. Unidentifiable liquids, along with fragments of bone, splattered across Carl's face. He blinked, clearing the blood obstructing his vision, and saw the headless body collapse to the ground, mid-turn in response to the shouting. "Fuck you, 6th Street Gang. You dare step on a Maelstrom territory. Let Grandpa here show you what's what." In the distance, Carl heard the wild yelling. He noticed the people who had been sitting across from him were now expertly huddled under the stall's table. Their swift reaction and practiced ease were truly impressive. Listening to the shouting and gunfire echoing from 100 meters away, Carl processed the situation in a single second. Two gangs had started a shootout, and the stall owner had been unlucky enough to catch a stray bullet. If that stray bullet had hit him instead, his head would have been the one bursting open. This city, how the hell is anyone supposed to get used to this? Carl wiped the blood from his face, his hand already gripping the handgun. Can't even eat in peace. Fuck your whole family. The 6th Street Gang was born from the anger of American war veterans after the Fourth Corporate War, frustrated with the NCPD's prolonged inaction. They claimed to bring justice to the city, but in practice, their actions were no different from any other gang. With approximately 2,300 members, Oliver was one of their newest recruits, having joined less than a week ago. As a rookie, Oliver shouldn't have been accompanying his squad leader into Watson. Everyone knew the 6th Street Gang generally respected other gangs' territories, preferring to defend their stronghold in Santo Domingo and rarely venturing into other districts. However, this time was different. A crucial shipment of smuggled firearms had been stolen while passing through Watson, and Oliver's squad happened to be nearby. As the first team to respond to the situation, they rushed to investigate as soon as they received the call. Still, for someone as new to the gang as Oliver, the events unfolding now were overwhelming. Who could have predicted that not long after arriving in Watson's Little China, a simple verbal disagreement would escalate into violence? The Maelstrom members they were negotiating with had opened fire without hesitation. It was too wild. He'd heard that the Maelstrom were a bunch of lunatics who modified themselves into monsters, but seeing them in person, they were even crazier than the rumors suggested. Oliver's squad had 10 members in total. Their leader was shot in the head by a Maelstrom member who drew his gun instantly. In retaliation, before taking cover, Oliver's squad managed to kill 4 of the Maelstrom gangsters. However, there were 30 of them. 3 times their numbers, coupled with those insane cybernetic enhancements, left the 6th Street members, despite their superior military training, unable to even lift their heads. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I only joined the 6th Street Gang because my dad's in it, and I needed to scrape by. Dad even pulled strings to assign me to a capable squad leader for protection. And now that leader is dead on my very first mission. What the hell is this? If turning your head into a bloody mess counted as a talent, then his late squad leader was certainly talented. Thud. Lost in his thoughts, Oliver was startled by the sound of a teammate collapsing beside him. A bullet had struck the man, leaving him twitching on the ground for a moment before going still. Fuck! Oliver quickly scanned his surroundings. While he'd been caught up in his mental ramblings, their squad had been whittled down to fewer than 4 members. Where's the NCPD? The cops? Don't tell me they can't hear all this gunfire. Someone come save us. Oliver wanted to run, desperately, but he knew the consequences of turning his back on the enemy, let alone abandoning his teammates. The former would likely result in immediate death, but the latter? If the gang found out, it wouldn't just mean death. It would be far worse. Not even his father's modest status in the 6th Street gang would be enough to save him. According to gang rules, anyone who abandoned their comrades would be tied up and handed over to the families of those they betrayed. The punishment was brutal. The traitor's jaw would be slowly shaved away with a razor, from pink to red to white. Oliver had read about scraping bones to treat poison in a book once. It had been described as a heroic act, but he had no intention of experiencing it firsthand. Bang! It's over. I'm dead. As Oliver braced himself for the worst, he realized the gunshot hadn't come from the Maelstrom's direction. Instead, it sounded like it came from their flank. Bang! Bang! Pop, pop, pop. In a chaotic burst of gunfire, Oliver's sharp eyes noticed 4 of the Maelstrom members collapse instantly. The unexpected attack threw them into disarray. Panicked, they shouted and forgot about the 6th Street gang entirely. Several of them even stood up, abandoning their cover as they scrambled to find new positions. These guys are nuts. Oliver fired decisively. Thanks to the marksmanship training he'd received from his father since childhood, each bullet found its mark. After a few shots, several more Maelstrom members collapsed. Who the hell are these people? Are there really that many 6th Street bastards? Bang! The loudest, most obnoxious Maelstrom member, who had been shouting incessantly, was shot in the head, even though he was behind cover. Fuck! Is that a smart weapon? Kong Tao Tech. As the Maelstrom members shouted in panic, Carl was silently calculating the remaining bullets in his mind. The Lexington pistol in his hand had a magazine capacity of 21 rounds. So far, he had fired 6 shots, taking down 5 Maelstrom members. As for how Carl, who had never fired a gun before, managed such an impressive result on his first attempt, the only explanation he could offer was, hacks exist for a reason. After firing the first shot, his mind had instantly stored all relevant data about the gun, ballistics, wind direction, temperature, and other variables. By the time he took the second shot, it was as if he had an auto-lock system. The moment he raised his hand and pulled the trigger, he already knew where the bullet would land. It felt similar to locking onto a target in a video game, pointing and shooting wherever he wanted. No, it felt even smoother than that. The 6th shot, which used a ricochet to take out a Maelstrom member hiding behind cover, was part of an experiment Carl conducted. And just as he'd anticipated, it worked. Watching heads explode under the barrel of his gun didn't evoke any adverse reaction from Carl. If anything, he had already decided to send these bastards to hell for disrupting his breakfast. Carl was adapting faster than he had anticipated. Not everyone could start killing people within 30 minutes of transmigrating, let alone take out 5 in a single breath. Even the lesser demons in hell who failed to collect souls would likely worship him as their idol. Crouched behind a trash bin, listening to the thud-thud sounds of bullets pounding the garbage-filled container, Carl couldn't help but feel an odd affinity for trash, both literal and figurative. The recoil of the kinetic weapon was a bit intense. Even though Carl had been careful to grip the gun with both hands, his hands were now numb from the vibrations. Fortunately, the slight tingling sensation was already being adjusted in his memory and didn't hinder him from eliminating those bastards. I'll definitely need to learn proper shooting stances and evasive maneuvers someday, he thought. The battlefield between the Maelstrom and 6th Street gangs didn't offer much cover. While one-on-one firefights might have been manageable, facing 2 opponents at once left the Maelstrom members as exposed as if they were walking naked down the street. By the time Carl's gunfire ceased, all 30-plus Maelstrom members had fallen to the ground. Of the 6th Street crew, only Oliver remained alive. Carl's lingering anger had finally subsided. The conflict was over. The situation was resolved. Oliver was panting heavily, staring at the sea of corpses scattered before him. He couldn't believe he had actually survived such a brutal firefight. Multiple times, bullets had whizzed right past his head, narrowly missing him by sheer luck. It was almost too much fortune for one person to handle. But this luck wasn't his alone. If it weren't for the sudden intervention of an outsider halfway through the fight, he would have long since been slaughtered by the relentless maelstrom bastards pushing forward. Well, looks like one's still alive. As Oliver's body slumped weakly against the cover, he heard a youthful voice. Looking in its direction, he saw a face that matched the voice, a young man with distinctly East Asian features. Just one guy. And what's his age? 18? Maybe 19? That age. If he were in Arasaka Academy, the school that groomed corporate lapdogs, he wouldn't have even graduated yet. Even among Night City street gangs, this kid seemed far too young. There's a saying, a smooth face lacks the experience to handle responsibility. While Night City didn't have an exact phrase like that, the sentiment was the same. In the 6th Street Gang, no one under 20 was allowed to join. Veterans hated dealing with rookies who couldn't hold their own. As Oliver studied Carl's face, he couldn't help but wonder about the stranger's identity. Is he Chinese? Or Japanese? If he were Japanese, perhaps he was with the Tiger Claws. After all, the Kabuki area of Watson was Tiger Claw territory. Could he have intervened because of some conflict between the Tiger Claws and Maelstrom? While Oliver was lost in thought, Carl had already walked up to him, aiming his Lexington pistol directly at Oliver's head. Name. Having witnessed Carl's speed and accuracy with a gun, Oliver had no intention of resisting. He answered honestly, Oliver. Age, 24. Gang member. Affiliation, 6th Street Gang. Purpose. The Maelstrom might have hijacked one of our shipments. We came to ask questions, but these cybernetic lunatics started shooting. I see. Carl muttered a phrase Oliver didn't quite understand, then extended his hand toward him. Hand it over. What? Your gun. Is he planning to take me hostage and use me as a bargaining chip with the Tiger Claws? He went after Maelstrom just as ruthlessly. Is he trying to form an alliance? Without hesitation, Oliver obediently handed over his gun. He cooperated completely, but then he realized something strange. The guy wasn't paying any more attention to him. Instead, the man was moving from corpse to corpse, crouching down and picking things up. 14th one. Carl mentally counted as he continued looting, tossing handguns and Eurodollars into the bag he had grabbed on his way out of the food stall. To him, scavenging loot after a fight was just common sense. But to Oliver, it was unsettling. The way he's looting, he's not a Tiger Claw. Is he? Could he be a fucking scav? In Night City, scavengers were the worst kind of scum. Soulless criminals who saw human beings as nothing more than commodities. They preyed on civilians and isolated gang members, stripping them of money, organs, and cyberware. Watching Carl loot with such meticulous precision, Oliver felt an eerie sense of familiarity with the infamous scavenger methods. However, his concern eased slightly when he noticed that Carl showed no interest in cyberware. He wasn't dissecting the corpses or harvesting implants. Now that I think about it, a guy with shooting skills that Sharp wouldn't need to be some bottom feeder. Still, the sheer thoroughness of his looting was a bit much. Oliver couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw Carl flipping over corpses, even checking their hair for hidden cash. At that moment, unable to hold back anymore, he stood up and walked toward Carl. Predictably, the moment he approached, a gun was already aimed at his head. You need something? Carl didn't even look up, still busy collecting his spoils. His haul wasn't bad. These guys weren't exactly rich, but between all the loose cash, he had gathered around 3,000 Eurodollars. He need to count it properly later. If we don't leave now, NCPD's cleanup squad will be here soon. Sticking around won't look good for us. Us. Carl momentarily paused his looting and turned his gaze toward Oliver, the blonde 6th Street member with a small patch of facial hair on his chin. I'm not part of any gang, Carl said. I was just dragged into this mess. I'm a civilian who couldn't even have breakfast in peace. I don't give a damn about the NCPD. Civili. What? What kind of civilian casually uses a common, low-tier Lexington to pop the heads of a dozen Maelstrom gangers? Maelstrom freaks loved modifying their skulls with cyberware. Their heads had barely any organic tissue left. The precision needed to land shots between the metal and flesh to hit the brain wasn't something an ordinary civilian could pull off. Oliver now had a pretty solid guess about Carl's true identity. He's a merc, a solo. As the sound of sirens drew closer, Oliver hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Think of this as my way of repaying you for saving my life," he said. "Your breakfast got interrupted, right? If you don't mind, let me take you to a restaurant nearby. Grab some food, maybe clean yourself up." Oliver's eyes lingered on the blood that had started to dry and crust over Carl's face. "Fine, I'm hungry anyway." Seeing that his bag was already overflowing with handguns, Carl figured he'd looted enough and didn't mind accepting a free meal. But it has to be vegetarian. A ruthless killer who eats vegetarian? Oliver's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly adapted. "Sure, there's a Chinese restaurant nearby. They should have some vegetarian options." With that, Oliver glanced at the bloodied corpses of his fallen 6th Street comrades and let out a sigh. He'd have to report this to his father later. Everyone else in his squad was dead. He was the sole survivor. No matter the reason, he would have to give the gang an explanation. And there was also the matter of Maelstrom. Those lunatics had gotten too greedy. The 6th Street gang might not have been looking to expand their territory, but that didn't mean they were pushovers. A gang founded by military veterans wasn't known for having a peaceful temperament. Maelstrom was going to pay for this. But before any of that, Oliver needed to properly thank the solo who had saved his life. "What? You don't have any chip receivers, no operating system, and not even a phone installed?" Inside the restaurant, Oliver widened his eyes in disbelief. He stared at Carl like he was some kind of freak. He had originally planned to repay Carl's life-saving favor by transferring some money from his account. But to his shock, Carl admitted he didn't even have an online account, let alone any cyberware or a basic operating system to support chip integration. Even nomads aren't like this anymore. Even monks who refuse cyberware at least use external receivers to collect donations, or at the very least have a phone. Are you some kind of purebred human or something? Not really. You could just say my environment didn't expose me to this kind of stuff. Explaining it is complicated. Do you know how I can get an OS installed? Of course it's possible. Any Ripper doc can handle it. After that, you can upgrade yourself however you want. Add some cyberware if you feel like it. It's really no big deal. It's just about when you start. I'm just surprised you've waited this long. I want to see a Ripper doc now. Carl had already finished his Chinese cold noodles and was sipping on an overly sweet little K-Cola. Honestly, he wasn't a fan of the tooth-achingly syrupy cola. "All right, give me a moment." As Oliver spoke, his eyes flickered, indicating he was searching through a neural interface. "Let me check if there's a good Ripper doc nearby. If we were in Santo Domingo, I could name 4 or 5 off the top of my head. But this is Watson, and I'm not as familiar with the area." "Oh, here's one, Victor Vector." That name rings a bell. His clinic is less than 100 meters from here. Want to check it out? Victor? Hearing the name, Carl immediately knew who Oliver was talking about. Victor Vector, a Ripper doc operating in Little China, Night City, runs his own clinic, rumored to have worked as an underground doctor in the past. Oh, an old acquaintance. Carl had some recollection of Victor. From what he knew, Victor was V's Ripper doc in 2077, and if he was trusted by the protagonist, his skills were definitely reliable. "All right, let's go. Slow down. You don't even know the way." Watching Carl's impatient, almost reckless attitude, Oliver quickly caught up and took the lead. As they walked, Oliver started rambling about the cost of cyberware. "Don't worry. My sister's a Ripper doc, so I know everything there is to know about pricing and quality. With your money, you can easily afford a Militech Paraline operating system. You'll even have some cash left over to buy other things. If Victor's prices are too steep, we'll just walk out. Trust me, getting an OS installed is basic. Any Ripper doc can do it. And if all else fails, I'll take you to my sister. She's fair, and I guarantee she won't rip you off." After a moment of silence, Carl asked a question. "Do you always talk this much?" "Well, You saved my life, and I feel like we get along. Honestly, I've been in the 6th Street gang for a week now, and it's been suffocating. They're always hammering on about military discipline and rules. It's exhausting. Compared to that, being around you feels more relaxed. You don't have any weird preferences, do you? What the hell kind of question is that? I come from a traditional American family. I don't mess around with any of that weird stuff. I'm 100% straight, all right? I've even had 2 ex-girlfriends. Maybe it was the pressure of being stifled in the 6th Street gang, or the sudden freedom after all his teammates were wiped out, but Oliver seemed almost overly talkative. Man, when I go back, I'm probably going to get chewed out. I already reported what happened to the gang. No matter what, being the only one who survived is going to piss off the families of the dead. The higher-ups might kick me out of the gang to save face. Thanks to my dad's position, they probably won't kill me, but they'll most likely make me leave Santo Domingo. Honestly, though, I've had enough of the 6th Street gang. This might be the perfect excuse to get away from their rules and do something on my own for a change. Even though it's not your fault, you took down so many of them and still might get kicked out of the gang. What can I say? Our lieutenant was a spineless, gilded idiot. He died nice and quick, but now the gang has to come up with an excuse to give Will Cannon some metaphorical balls. Will Cannon, one of the senior members of the 6th Street gang. The dead, gilded moron was his nephew. Nothing I could do about it. I only found out who he was when we were eating earlier. Seriously, it's like some sick joke. My first mission, I almost get killed, and now I'm getting dragged into this mess because of some dead idiot. Despite his complaints, a faint smile appeared on Oliver's face. He nudged Carl with his elbow and said, "Hey man, what do you think? I'm about to lose everything and end up begging on the streets. How about we team up? Maybe become mercs or something? I think a single meal is enough to repay your life debt," Carl replied calmly. Still, he was somewhat intrigued by Oliver's suggestion. "But if you want to work together as mercs, I don't mind. I'm pretty laid back, and since you're a local in Night City, having someone familiar with the area would make taking jobs easier." "All right then, it's settled, bro. From now on, we're a sharpshooter duo. You handle the shooting, and I'll handle looting bodies for cash, deal?" "I think your aim isn't bad either. It's not as good as yours, though." As Oliver spoke, a thought suddenly struck him. "Oh, right. I've been calling you bro this whole time, but I don't even know your name. What should I call you?" "Carl. Last name Carl. First name Carl. Just read it straight. No need to reverse it into Iraq. And, of course, you can also use the code name I just thought of. I figured it'd be good to use a code name on missions to avoid exposing too much." "A code name, huh? Oh, I get it, like Johnny Silverhand, Morgan Blackhand, or Atom Smasher. Those kind of badass names, right? Makes sense. As a merc, you've got to aim for that kind of legendary status. My name's too common to bother with a code name, but I don't mind. What's your code name? I'll remember it. It's just a simple set of letters." Thinking about the protagonist's iconic V, Carl smiled and said, "Call me KK. KK. It's a code name that connects to my name. My name's Carl, so it starts with K. Pretty straightforward." "Oh, I see." Of course, that was only part of the truth. To Carl, the code name had another layer of meaning, something that only he could understand. In Chinese, KK sounded like Kaka, which carried a specific connotation in Korean due to its phonetic similarity. In Korean, it could mean Your Excellency or even the Commander. Following the directions, Carl and Oliver passed through an alley with a metal gate and arrived at a cybernetics clinic located in a converted basement. Carl, polite as always, greeted the black-haired middle-aged man sitting in front of a computer watching a boxing match. "Excuse me. Hello, a customer?" Hearing the voice, the man turned around. He wore glasses, had sharp, defined features, and carried a calm and steady demeanor. His eyes landed on Carl and then briefly scanned Oliver, who stood beside him. In this city, it's rare to see such polite customers. The Ripper Doc, Victor, focused his gaze on Carl. A young man with no cyberware, he thought. As an experienced Ripper Doc, Victor could tell at a glance that Carl hadn't undergone any cybernetic enhancements. It didn't take long for him to guess why they were here. "You're here for neural interface, I assume?" "Something like that," Carl replied. Oliver, stepping in to help, asked, "Doc, what kind of operating systems do you have here, and how much do they cost?" I've got a Militech Powerline OS for 5,000 euro dollars and a Riot Electronics Model 1 for 7,500 euro dollars. Hearing the price, Oliver's mouth twitched. Doc, you're not seriously selling brand new systems here, are you? Oliver had previously told Carl that the 3,000 euro dollars he'd scavenged would be more than enough for a basic neural interface. But that was based on Oliver's familiarity with second-hand and outdated cyberware. If the prices were this high, it could only mean that Victor's systems were brand new. Unless Victor somehow managed to sell old junk at premium prices, which was unlikely considering the clinic's location in Watson. Brand new gear was the only explanation. I'm not some gang ripper, Doc, or one of those damn scavs, Victor replied, picking up a certificate from his desk and flashing it at the two. It was a legitimate license, proving he was a certified ripper, Doc. Well, shit, Oliver muttered. His eyes glowed faintly as he checked his account balance. It showed a mere 1,400 euro dollars. Even if I chip in, it's still not enough. Oliver had anticipated shady ripper docs selling overpriced secondhand gear or old models, but he hadn't expected someone selling brand new, certified equipment at fair market value. A ripper doc selling only new, high-quality products? This wasn't the Glen or Pacifica. In Santo Domingo, maybe, where folks like Nico had the resources and gang connections to secure great gear through alternative means. But in Watson, it was almost unheard of. Still, Victor's straightforward honesty about selling only legitimate products reassured Oliver. It solidified his decision. Even if he had to borrow money, he needed to ensure his newly acquainted partner got an OS from a trustworthy ripper doc like Victor. The reasoning was simple. Ripper docs dealing in second-hand or outdated cyberware often had shady connections with scavs, those scum who trafficked in human organs and illegal implants. A ripper doc who openly admitted to only selling certified, high-quality equipment, that meant he wasn't involved with those scumbags. At the very least, it guaranteed a safe procedure. Carl wouldn't need to worry about being anesthetized and waking up in a scav bathtub, missing half his organs. Oliver quickly sent a short message to his sister. Sis, emergency. VME 500. You need the full 5,000. Hearing the price and noticing Oliver's expression shift out of the corner of his eye, Carl checked his own funds. After counting his euro dollars, he realized he only had 3,200 eddies, still 1,800 short of the Militech Powerline OS. So I looted gangsters, and I still can't afford a basic neural interface? Beep. Where the hell are you? Your location tracker isn't in Santo Domingo. Oliver checked his account balance. It wasn't 500. It was 5,000. Thanks, sis. Met a friend outside. I'll be back later. Love ya. You only say nice things when you need money. I won't be back in Night City for 2 more days. Make sure you head home soon. Got it. Finishing his exchange with his sister, Oliver was about to tell Carl the good news, that he now had the money, when he noticed Carl had already placed 3,200 eddies on Victor's table and was heading toward the door. Hold on a sec, Victor. Here's 3,200 euro dollars. I'll be right back with the rest. Carl pulled back the slide of his Lexington, making sure the gun was chambered properly. He was about to step outside and find something to do. Given Night City's gunfight frequency, it wouldn't take long to make up the difference. Wait, Carl. Hold on, kid. Oliver, exasperated by his partner's insanely direct approach, wasn't the only one stopping him. Victor had also stepped in. The ripper doc glanced at Carl, then at the blood-stained eurodollars on his desk, and casually pointed at them. This is enough. It's not like I can't cut you a deal. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll do the Militech Powerline install for 3,000, and you keep the extra 200 eddies. Wait, you can negotiate on prices. Of course. Victor let out a chuckle and looked at their surprised expressions. What I'm curious about is why neither of you even tried. You just accepted my price outright. Well, I just found out ripper docs can haggle. Oliver, wanting to appear experienced in front of Carl, had actually never negotiated for cyberware before. His sister had always handled it for him. The moment he heard it was only 3,000, he immediately transferred the money back to his sister and dragged Carl back to Victor's desk. Victor stood up, carefully looking Carl over before asking. He called you Carl earlier, right? How old are you? Any previous surgeries? Carl decided to go with his current appearance rather than his real age. 18. And no, I've never had any surgeries. So you're completely natural? Huh? Yeah. Then this surgery might take a bit longer. You'll also need time to adapt afterward. First time for everything. No need to worry. I'll make sure the anesthetic is solid. Now, do you want to stay awake during the procedure? Or just feel the whole thing? Even with pain suppressed, the sensation of being worked on would still be very real. Carl thought about it. Maybe experiencing getting cut open wouldn't be such a bad first-time experience. Let's do it without full sedation. All right then, get comfortable and get ready. I'll prep the equipment. In a few hours, you'll be reborn. 10 minutes later, Carl was lying on the surgical chair. The operation began. Surgery's done. All right, get up. The anesthetic will last a bit longer, but don't make any sudden movements. Hearing Victor's words, Carl reached for his spine, slowly sitting up on the edge of the operating table. How are you feeling? Oliver, who had been silently watching the procedure for hours to avoid disturbing Victor, finally spoke up. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he leaned in excitedly. Took me a long time to get used to mine back then. I'd say it's more manageable than I expected. As Carl spoke, he realized that with just a thought, he could now attempt to connect to various corporate local networks. I removed the tracking and back-end access that came with the commercial version, Victor added. This interface only gives you basic connectivity. If you want better processing power or to do anything more technical, you'll need upgrades. But don't get too reckless. Mess around too much, and you might get hacked. You don't want some netrunner taking control of your own body. Victor stretched his fingers, shaking off the numbness in his hands from the prolonged operation. Unlike other Ripper docs who relied on fully mechanical limbs, Victor still used his real arms for surgery. Hours of work had left them sore. You should set up a private account now. Any money you make can go directly there. Unless someone manages to take you out or crack into your OS with a netrunner attack, your eddies will be safe. Victor glanced at the blood-stained cash on his desk. If you're planning to get more upgrades in the future, use online payments. This kind of money isn't easy to clean. Hearing that, Carl suddenly imagined some gang boss complaining about how this money's hard to launder. Victor's appearance was deceptive. Just looking at him, no one would suspect that this middle-aged man, with his rugged yet sharp features, a face that practically screamed he had a hell of a story, was actually one of the best Ripper docs in Night City. I'll keep that in mind. But wait, so taking someone out means I can access their private account? If they're dead, yeah, Oliver chimed in. Once someone's gone, you can hack into their OS and drain their account. If you had this interface earlier, we could have easily paid full price without an issue. Noted for next time. Carl walked over to the bag where he had stored the guns before the surgery. Opening it up, he pulled out Oliver's revolver and tossed it back to him. Oliver caught it happily, grinning. Oh, my dear Nova, you're back. So, does this mean we're heading out for work, KK? Dara Polytechnic Dar 5 Nova, a traditional revolver. Easy to break, easy to fix. Everybody needs one. When you're broke, you gotta work. Carl stuffed the extra 200 eddies Victor handed him into his pocket and picked up his bag. Gotta stop by a gun shop, sell off this stuff for cheap, and grab some ammo. You guys heading out for work already? Victor, who had just sat back down in front of his computer to continue watching the boxing match, slid his chair around to face them again. Neither of you have any cyberware for protection. If you're going out, make sure you grab some body armor from the gun store. Won't stop high-caliber rounds, but sometimes a little luck is all you need to stay alive. Body armor, huh? Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Carl recalled that, before coming to this world, body armor was restricted in his version of America. But in Cyberpunk's world, things were different. He nodded in appreciation of Victor's advice. No need to thank me. Honestly, someone as polite as you is a rare thing in Night City. The city could use more like you. Victor turned back to his screen, and the sounds of the boxing match resumed. Carl and Oliver left the Ripperdoc clinic, with Carl pulling the metal folding door shut on their way out. Victor was definitely a good guy. There weren't many people in this city who would willingly offer a discount, let alone a Ripperdoc. If they ever needed more cyberware or repairs, this was the place to go. In Night City, Gun stores were even more common than convenience stores. Everyone needed a gun. It didn't take long for Carl and Oliver to find a weapons shop just a few steps from Victor's clinic. The bag full of guns didn't fetch much, just 2,500 eddies. Definitely a lowball offer, but since the haul had basically been free, Carl didn't mind. Besides, the shop owner threw in a few boxes of ammo and a free holster. As Carl finalized the transaction, the balance in his newly created private account updated. A strange feeling. His first digital payment in this world. Beep. As Oliver waited, he suddenly noticed 1,250 eddies had been transferred into his account. Seeing the amount, he immediately turned to Carl. We split everything 50-50. Carl tucked his Lexington into the free holster the shopkeeper had given him. Before Oliver could even think about rejecting the money, Carl spoke first. If we're working together, splitting 50-50 is only fair. If you're worried about keeping things balanced, we can adjust when we start making bigger scores. His meaning was clear. Right now, they were just rookie mercs, no need to overcomplicate things. Once they started taking on bigger jobs, they could divide earnings based on contribution. No, it's not that. Oliver shook his head. This is just the first time I've actually earned my own money. A nostalgic look crossed his face. I've always lived off my dad and sister. I barely lasted a week in the 6th Street gang before getting kicked out. This is the first time I've ever made money for myself. Sounds like you had a decent life before this. For a guy raised on the streets, Oliver had never even needed to hustle for petty cash. His father and sister had clearly protected him well. Carl tossed him a share of the ammo before glancing at the gloomy sky outside. So, how do we find work now? Middlemen, fixers, the intermediaries between edge runners and clients. While they take a cut of the pay, they also handle most of the logistics and red tape. In today's world, fixers are an essential part of any merc's career. Carl recalled what he knew about fixers. Oliver's suggestion made sense. A merc trying to take jobs on their own, with no connections or understanding of the city's politics. They'd probably get screwed over before even seeing a single eddy. Getting a fixer was definitely the smarter move. But first, do you know any fixers? I never planned on becoming a merc, and I'm not famous. Of course I don't, right? Carl and Oliver exchanged looks. Find work? Talk to a fixer. No fixers? Need work to get their attention. No work? Need a fixer to get jobs. Deadlock. On their very first day as a mercenary duo, Carl and Oliver had already hit a wall. No fixer. No jobs. No clue where to start. Well, just as expected, I got kicked out. On the second morning after arriving in this world, Carl woke up in a motel in Watson and received a call from Oliver, who had gone back to Santo Domingo the night before. How did it go? Carl splashed some water on his face and glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Still that same young face staring back. What do you think? I can't go back to Santo Domingo anymore. Guess you could say I got exiled. I'm heading to Watson now. Meet me at the diner outside your motel. Order ahead. I'll take a steak, the 10 eddies one. You sure know how to eat well. With no toothbrush or toothpaste, Carl used his fingers and some water to scrub his teeth as best he could before rinsing his mouth. I need to rent a proper apartment soon. This motel life isn't cutting it. Stepping outside, he headed across the street to the diner, already having paid for the room the night before. As he crossed, a car swerved dangerously close, almost hitting him. Carl kept his cool. No need to pull my gun and send a few rounds into the driver to clear his head. This isn't Gotham. No need to be that conservative. He placed Oliver's order and got himself another bowl of Chinese cold noodles. Between getting used to mercenary work and adjusting to the taste of insect-based meat, Carl figured the latter might take longer. While waiting for the food, he bought himself a drink. Yesterday's little K-Cola had been way too harsh on his teeth, so today he switched it up, grabbing a series classic cola instead. Just from the packaging, it was screaming Merc and pride. Red and white stripes, a blue background, and a bunch of stars. Way too much freedom in one bottle. Then he took a sip. His eyes lit up. Carl had to admit, Series Cola was way better than Little K Cola. If you were in America, you had to drink American Cola. Oh, you're drinking Series Cola? I like that one too. Oliver arrived just as Carl was enjoying his drink. He sat down across from him and, without hesitation, bought himself a Series Cola from the vending machine next to their table. Taking a sip, he chuckled. You know, back in the 6th Street gang, we had this weird belief. Series Cola is the only patriotic cola. Drinking anything else is basically treason. Even if you drink something else, you still gotta salute Series Cola when you pass by it. What kind of American superiority complex nonsense is that? Carl shook his head. This Series Cola patriotism marketing was actually kind of impressive. Then again, was a Night City an independent city? Why was it still so obsessed with American nationalism? Oh, right, 6th Street Gang was founded by former U.S. military veterans. That explained it. So what's the plan? Any leads on a fixer yet? Nope. Oliver casually shrugged. No leads, but my old man told me, if I'm going to do something, I should do it properly and not half-ass it. He gave me a suggestion. Check out El Coyote Kojo in Haywood. People are always recruiting there for work. We might be able to pick up some gigs. Haywood, a district of stark contrasts. Lush parks and high-rise apartments in the north, slums and gang-ridden streets in the south. Its unique and unmistakable charm keeps pulling you in. NCPD, threat level, moderate danger. Along with this info, Carl's mind flashed through what he knew about the gangs in Haywood. Valentinos, they control the Latino-majority neighborhoods and uphold values like honor, justice, and brotherhood, willing to die to protect them. Their loyalty lasts beyond the grave. Before getting involved with the Valentinos, think carefully. Their food arrived. I thought the Valentinos and 6th Street didn't get along. You sure it's fine for you to go into their turf with me? What's the problem? Oliver took a big bite, chewing loudly. I'm not 6th Street anymore. And honestly, plenty of our guys had good relationships with Valentinos behind the scenes. As long as we keep things cool, it's whatever. Damn, this steak is amazing, juicy, tender, perfect texture. Watching Oliver talk while chewing, steak juice spilling from his mouth, Carl instinctively leaned back. Way too vivid of an image. Just like biting into one of those fat, juicy insects in synthetic food. All right then. Once we finish eating, we head out. How are we getting there, subway? Carl remembered seeing info about Night City's metro system before. No need. I drove here this time, got all my stuff packed in the car. Oliver gestured toward the black car parked outside the diner. Quartz ECL are $275. Birthday gift from my sister when I turned 20. Affordable, durable, and reliable. I'll drive us to Haywood. I know the roads well enough. Then, as if he couldn't resist adding more, he smirked. By the way, it's a 2-seater. Only my ex-girlfriends have ever been in it. You're the first guy. Oh wow, I should be honored. Carl wasn't familiar with cars in this world and didn't care enough to comment. He quickly finished his cold noodles, realizing he was getting sick of them. Sure, they were decent thanks to the wheat-based noodles, but this was his 3rd meal in a row eating the same thing. Time to switch things up. Oh, speaking of thanks, you might actually owe me one. Oliver suddenly remembered something. I've got 2 Nakota D5 Copperhead kinetic assault rifles in my trunk. Just in case things get heavy, we'll have the firepower to handle it. Nakota D5 Copperhead. If the 20th century had the AK-47, the Copperhead dominates the present. Reliable, powerful, and dirt cheap. This Nakota-manufactured rifle is the most trustworthy tool at your side. An assault rifle, huh? I might not even be able to handle the recoil. Then just spray and pray. Oliver downed the last bite of his steak. So, KK, ready to go? Of course. Let's move, Oliver. El Coyote Kojo, located in Haywood's Glen area, wasn't hard to spot. Among the municipal buildings like City Hall, the mayor's office, courthouses, and NCPD headquarters, the bar stood out like a sore thumb, its rough, unpolished appearance clashing completely with its surroundings. After parking the car on the roadside, Oliver hesitated about whether or not to put on the bulletproof vest he had bought after splitting their earnings yesterday. Having grown up in 6th Street territory and as a former member of the gang, he still felt uneasy about stepping on a Valentino turf, even though he kept saying plenty of 6th Street members had good private relationships with them. Who knew if the Valentinos hanging out in this bar might decide to kill him purely because of his past ties to 6th Street? While Oliver hesitated, Carl had already slipped on his own bulletproof vest under his clothes, wasting no time. Once ready, Carl glanced at Oliver, confused. What's the holdup? We're about to go look for an employer. Showing up without basic protection, no cyberware, no bulletproof vest, just screams unprofessional. If I were the one hiring, I'd think you were a total idiot. Fair enough. Oliver realized his old mindset, shaped by life in Santo Domingo, was clouding his judgment. Back when he was just a civilian or a gang member in 6th Street's home turf, there wasn't much need for constant vigilance. But now, they were mercenaries. And as mercenaries, showing off your gear and looking competent was just as important as the work itself. They weren't legendary edge runners who could stroll into a fight wearing a shirt, a pistol in one hand, and nothing else but swagger. No, those guys had clients chasing them, not the other way around. Oliver quickly put on his bulletproof vest and layered a jacket over it. He slipped his trusty revolver, New Star, into his holster. Instead of fastening it shut, he left it loose, just like in the action movies, allowing him to draw quickly while letting others see the grip and recognize the model. Real men carry New Stars. Packs a punch, Oliver thought smugly. Carl, meanwhile, kept things simple. He holstered his Lexington, considered bringing one of the Copperhead assault rifles from the trunk, but decided against it. They were heading to a bar, not storming a compound. Carrying a rifle would feel like asking for trouble. With their preparations done, the pair walked into El Coyote Kojo under the curious gazes of Valentino Street members hanging around outside. As they stepped inside, the first thing they noticed was the dim lighting. Unlike the streets outside, cluttered with flashy advertisements and neon signs, the bar had a minimal setup. A few dim fluorescent lights illuminated the space, and the bar counter was the only brightly lit area. Clusters of people were scattered around, drinking and chatting. The bartender stood behind the counter, a silver-haired, sharp-eyed woman in a leather jacket. Despite her age, she radiated an air of energy and confidence. At first glance, if not for her hair, one might not even notice her age. "Oh, two unfamiliar faces," she said, greeting Carl and Oliver with a friendly smile. "You're a bit early, but you're always welcome. What can I get you two? Mrs. Wells, bring me another bottle of blue vodka." Before Carl or Oliver could respond, a voice called out from a table in the back. A man seated there waved his hand, signaling for another drink. "No way, Ernesto. You've already had a whole bottle today. Don't you have stuff to do later? Go sober up. Come on, Senora. I was planning to have another drink with Jackie when he gets back." Jackie won't be drinking either. As the woman, known as Mrs. Wells, spoke with the Valentino gang member who clearly had a love for his liquor, Carl overheard a name that felt incredibly familiar. Jackie? Could it be that Jackie? Jackie Wells? If it was the Jackie Carl was thinking of, he definitely knew the guy. In the demo, Jackie had been V's loyal brother-in-arms and teammate. It's probably just a coincidence, Carl thought. Jackie was a pretty common name, after all. While Carl pondered, Mrs. Wells turned back toward them. "So, what can I get for you two kids?" "I'll have a bottle of Two Brothers Lager," Oliver replied without hesitation, choosing a light beer that wouldn't interfere with work. "All right, one lager. And you?" Faced with the kind and approachable gaze of Mrs. Wells, Carl scanned the menu on the bar, his eyes catching on something with Chinese characters. "I'll have a sweet tea and a side of fries." "All right then, grab yourselves a seat. I'll bring it over in a bit," Mrs. Wells said, nodding as she turned toward the bar to start preparing their orders. Oliver tugged Carl toward a table where they could keep an eye on the entrance. "You come to a bar and order a non-alcoholic drink and fries? Man, I wish I could be as relaxed about this as you." Unlike Carl, Oliver actually preferred non-alcoholic drinks, but felt obligated to order beer because, well, it's a bar. "I can share some of my fries if you want." "Deal. I'll steal some of yours and then order my own after. Fries are my weakness. I'm just curious about what they're actually made of." As long as they weren't made from bugs, Carl could handle it. While waiting, the two scanned the room, noticing most of the patrons were just regular drinkers. A small handful of people stood out, wearing bulletproof vests or visibly enhanced with subdermal armor. Mercs like them, likely waiting on work. At least Oliver's dad was right. This bar seemed like a spot to pick up jobs. But looking at the clientele, It was clear these were bottom-tier mercs, probably without any connections to fixers. Oliver lowered his voice. Let's be real. Fixers are like mercs themselves. You got the top-tier ones dealing in corporate-level jobs, then the ones handling local grudges and petty street crimes. But to end up like these guys, without even a low-level fixer to back you up, that's rock bottom. Completely oblivious to the fact that he and Carl were in the same boat, Oliver went on. Who knows? Carl replied absent-mindedly, glancing toward the bar's entrance. Someone walking in had caught his attention, someone who looked familiar. The man entering was a towering figure, broad enough to block out the sunlight pouring through the door. His dark braids hung down his back. His face bore the scars of obvious cyberware enhancements, and his open leather jacket revealed a chest covered in tattoos. The guy exuded a presence that screamed, "Don't mess with me." It was him, Jackie Wells. "Jackie, come have a drink with us." Jackie Wells had barely stepped into El Coyote Kojo before the Valentino gang member, who'd been pestering Mama Wells for another drink, stood up and waved him over, eager to share a round. Before Jackie could respond, Mama Wells, carrying a tray, cut in first. "Jackie, perfect timing. Come help me out and bring these over to those 2 customers over there." "Got it, Mama." Having just come home, only to get put to work, Jackie gave his friend an apologetic look, then smoothly took the tray from his mother and walked over to Carl and Oliver. He set the plates down in front of them and, without hesitation, took a seat right next to them. "So, how should I call you, Mano?" "Jackie Wells." The real deal, sitting right in front of them. But for Carl, who had already met Vic, it wasn't as shocking as it might have been otherwise. "Carl," he said, taking a sip of his tea, "you can call me KK. This sweet tea tastes just like iced tea." "Oliver." Oliver raised his cold beer slightly toward Jackie in greeting. "I heard your name earlier. Jackie, right? I don't mind making a new friend over drinks." "Perfect." Jackie had originally come over just to get a read on the unfamiliar mercs hanging around his mom's bar, making sure they weren't trouble. But after a few seconds of talking, he could tell they weren't the dangerous type. His wariness faded, and he accepted Oliver's invitation without a second thought. Getting up, Jackie walked over to the bar, dodging his mother's nagging as he grabbed a bottle of the same beer Oliver had. On a whim, he also grabbed a plate of sliced jamon iberico, origin unknown, but that's just how Night City was. On his way back, he called over to his Valentino friend. "I might have some biz later, so I won't be drinking with you guys today. Gonna chill with these new friends instead. Next time in." "Of course." Flashing a grin, Jackie dropped the plate of jamon onto the table, plopped back into his seat, and downed a long gulp of beer. Once he was done, he turned his attention back to Carl and Oliver. "Help yourselves to some ham. By the looks of it, you 2 are mercs. We just formed a team yesterday. Haven't even taken a job yet," Carl replied, while sipping his iced tea. He popped a fry into his mouth, savoring its crispy, golden texture. "Surprisingly good. So, you guys are fresh out of the gate?" Jackie's brows raised in mild surprise. "From how you're geared up, you don't seem like complete rookies. Someone guiding you. Newbie mercs often don't get the importance of gear. Even here in El Coyote Kojo, a bar full of jobless mercs, most of them had probably learned the hard way that a bulletproof vest or subdermal plating wasn't optional. We did get some help from a ripper doc named Victor. He's a real good guy," Oliver said casually, not realizing he was already giving away useful info. Carl caught on right away. Jackie wasn't just a friendly face. Underneath the easygoing act, the guy was sharp. A couple lines in, and Oliver had already spilled something important. But it wasn't critical, so Carl just grabbed a few more fries. The bar's fries were great, crispy, well-fried, but El Coyote Kojo didn't serve salt, ketchup, or even mayo. "Victor," Jackie perked up. "The one in Watson?" "Yeah, you know him?" "Of course, Mano. We go way back." Jackie's grin widened, his last bit of hesitation gone. If Vic had helped these guys, they were solid. No more questions needed. With Carl joining in, the conversation naturally shifted toward Vic and his work. Then Jackie shared a bit about himself. "I'm kind of in the same boat as you guys. Just started working as a merc not long ago. I've taken a few gigs, nothing major. I don't know a fixer, but I don't want to ride on that connection yet. Got to earn my keep, prove I can hustle on my own. Man, Jackie, you got ambition. Not like me. Always leaning on my old man and sister. If Carl hadn't been around, I wouldn't even know where to start, Oliver said. He glanced at Carl's plate and noticed it was almost empty. Jackie saw it too. He smiled proudly. So Carl, how are the fries? My mama makes 'em. Been eating those since I was a kid. Never got tired of them. Not even with tortilla chips on the side. They're solid, but I think a bit of ketchup would make them even better. Exactament. I keep telling her that, but she won't budge. She likes him plain. Jackie looked like he was about to drag Carl over to convince Mama Wells, but before he could, the bar's entrance swung open. Newcomers. Corporate suits, Oliver muttered, lowering his voice. Sure enough, a woman in a pristine business suit stepped in. She wore makeup, was almost attractive, but her expression was so damn smug it ruined everything. Keep it down, Mano, or the corporal mutt might bite, Jackie whispered with a smirk. No one in Night City really liked corpos. They strutted around like they owned everything and still kissed the boots of those above them. She's looking our way, Carl said flatly. Jackie and Oliver immediately looked up. The sharp click of high heels echoed across the floor as the corpo woman, face unreadable, marched straight toward them. The hell? Did she hear us? What kind of cyberware is she packing? Both Oliver and Jackie initially thought the corpo woman had overheard them and was about to chew them out. Instead, she stopped right in front of Carl, staring at his face for a few moments. Sure, Carl had a good-looking face, but in this era, good looks were easy. Any Ripper Doc could sculpt a chiseled jawline or flawless skin. So it wasn't his appearance that caught her attention. It was him. I reviewed the surveillance footage from yesterday in Little China. You took out 16 Maelstrom members on your own, right? Carl wasn't too surprised. In a cyberpunk world, surveillance was everywhere and detailed as hell. Internally, he wondered why this corpo was coming to him about it. If anything, a shootout like that should be NCPD's business. But there was one thing he had to clarify. Not just me, my friend helped too. He gestured toward Oliver. The corpo didn't even glance at him. She simply crossed her arms, and her chest, possibly cybernetically enhanced, pushed against the tight confines of her suit, creating a well-defined curve. I watched the footage. I'm not blind. I know who did the heavy lifting. Relax. I'm not NCPD, not some wannabe vigilante looking to serve justice, and definitely not some friend of the trash he killed. I have a job for you. Pays 100,000 euro dollars. Interested? 100K at ease? Carl's eyes flickered for a second, but he quickly regained composure. Oh, so you're here for a contract. His tone shifted. A smile appeared on his face, and his demeanor turned welcoming. You should have said so earlier, Miss Corporate Employee. Please have a seat. Let's talk business. If it's within our skill set, we'll get it done professionally. If a corpo was offering a contract, personal bias could wait. Oliver and Jackie exchanged glances, both catching Carl's sudden tone shift with mild disdain, but they didn't argue. They immediately stood up to give the corpo and Carl space. A 100K payday? That was more than most low-tier mercs made in a whole year. The corpo woman finally acknowledged Oliver and Jackie with a glance, though it was more out of obligation than courtesy. She scanned the bar like she didn't want to touch anything. After a second, she sat in an empty seat next to Carl. Not clean, but at least no one had sat there before. She pulled out a slim data shard and handed it to him. Carl accepted it and slotted it into the neural port Victor had installed the day before. The contract details projected into his HUD. He read silently, then removed the shard and handed it back. Thoughts? She asked. Carl nodded slightly. Doable. How should I address you? You don't need my name. Just do the job. Yes or no? Sure. But how should I provide proof? Send a photo to this number. Don't call unless it's urgent. I'm very busy. She flicked him a number through encrypted transfer. At the same time, 30,000 eddies hit his account. This is the advance. Don't even think about running with it. Unless you want me spending the rest on putting a price on your head. And just like that, she stood and walked out of El Coyote Kojo, heels clicking, never once acknowledging the rest of the bar. From the moment she entered to the moment she left, she hadn't spoken to anyone else. Oliver blinked. Carl, what the hell just happened? Sorry for taking the job without asking you first. Man, Don't even worry about it. We're brothers now, right? You're already getting gigs? I should be thanking you. He leaned forward. So what's the job? Carl raised a hand, stopping him, and turned toward Jackie. You're flying solo, right? Want to team up for this job? Me? I can join. Jackie looked genuinely surprised. Corpo gigs were high-paying. He didn't expect to be cut in so casually. More hands, lighter work. Carl smiled. So? You in? Hell yeah. If we're doing this together, I'm in. Jackie didn't ask about splits or details. Just said yes. First, let's split the advance. Carl transferred 10,000 eddies to each of them on the spot. Dios mio. That corpo chick dropped this much just as an advance? What the fuck kind of job is this, Hermano? It's not something shady, right? Oliver had to ask the obvious. Carl leaned back and explained. Simple mission. Maelstrom hideout in Watson. About 20 guys. We go in, find a crate they stole from the corpo, and destroy it. That's it. Take a picture of the wreckage and send it as proof. Huh. That crate's probably got something nasty in it, Jackie muttered. Yeah, like blackmail material. Real nasty corpo shit. Probably Japanese. Carl frowned. He remembered the shipment Maelstrom had hijacked from 6th Street a few days ago. Now this corpo woman's crate had been stolen too. Coincidence? Or was Maelstrom just on a spree lately? Not enough data to say. For now, there was only one thing to do. Shall we? Oliver and Jackie nodded. Right after we finish this, Oliver said, biting into another piece of jamon. Since they were about to take on Maelstrom, proper prep was a must. Like, say, getting a bulletproof vest for the guy walking around with his chest exposed. Jackie, I figure at the very least your jacket had some armored plating and you just zip it up when needed. But now you're telling me you don't even wear a vest? No subdermal armor either? Even after stepping inside the weapons shop, Oliver still couldn't wrap his head around Jackie's approach. Vic had given them all a full rundown on safety, and Jackie, being an old friend, had definitely heard that speech more than once. Man, that's just insane. Carl agreed. In a video game, sure, characters wore the flashiest, dumbest outfits for style. But this wasn't a game, and Jackie wasn't some flashy anime waifu showing skin for fan service. Also, Jackie was a dude. Also, this was real life. Carl didn't know all the details of the story yet, but he had a bad feeling Jackie's habit was going to get him killed someday. A vest wasn't as good as subdermal armor. It wouldn't stop high-caliber rounds, but against most standard kinetic weapons, it'd buy you just enough time to crawl to a ripper dock. Which is exactly why I came along, Jackie said. He wasn't too fazed. Still, since both his new teammates were pressing the issue, he went with it. His plan had always been to save up for implants and skip the vest stage, but every time he scraped together the eddies, he blew them on motorcycle mods, comics, books, whatever. The armor kept getting pushed further down the list. But speaking of gear, KK, you sure you want to keep that gun? Jackie nodded at the pistol on Carl's hip. Lexington's a budget piece. ACPA gives them out to beat cops cause of budget cuts. That thing can't punch through cheap chrome, let alone subdermal plating. A low-tier gun for a low-tier merc, Carl replied flatly. Sound about right, doesn't it? Truth was, when they looted weapons off Maelstrom and 6th Street bodies, most were in bad shape, hacked together, barely functional, or so modded they couldn't be trusted. But a few had been solid. He had a Constitution Arms Unity now, and that thing packed more punch. But Carl liked the Lexington. Handguns were for close-quarter speed. If he needed firepower, he had the Copperhead rifle. And if worst came to worst, well, he could always put a bullet between the eyes or shoot through gaps in armor. No one in Maelstrom was walking around in full-body Militech suits anyway. Once their gear was sorted and ammo loaded, the three of them piled in Oliver's car. Destination: the industrial zone in northern Watson. This place used to be a hub of industry, a key part of the city's economy. Back then, officials described it as bustling, prosperous, and full of opportunity. Now, it was just another forgotten slum, a graveyard for the poor. People here worked 17-hour shifts in fully automated factories, earning barely enough to survive. No one questioned why fixing a machine cost more than losing a worker. They just kept grinding, praying they wouldn't get laid off and starve with their families. You couldn't even blame them. Corporations treated them like trash, and still, they had to smile and say thank you. Carl leaned against the window, watching the run-down streets blur by. Should he feel lucky he didn't have to live like that? Lucky he didn't have a family to feed? Lucky he didn't even exist in this world until a couple days ago? Some fucking joke. If someone offered him a gig to blow up a corpo office, he'd take in a heartbeat. Would it change anything? Nope. But Carl wasn't a hero. He was just a merc. Maybe that's why Maelstrom kept growing. Gang life was violent and crazy. Yeah, but for people raised on the bottom rung, it still beat dying in a factory. Maybe they watched their parents break their backs until they dropped, and figured they'd rather go out guns blazing. If you think about it, Carl said, gangs probably have better career advancement than these corpse holes. That got a laugh in the other two. Kinda reminds me why 6th Street formed, Oliver said. Back then, the founders were vets who got shafted after the war. They banded together to protect themselves from corpo bullshit. Now, they're just another gang shaking down civilians. A gang that started by fighting core, Jackie muttered, and ends up becoming one. That's some irony right there. Then he paused. Wait, Oliver, you were with 6th Street. Until yesterday. They kicked me out this morning. Oliver filled Jackie in on how he met Carl and what led up to their partnership. Our client found KK because of the shootout footage. That's not what got me, Jackie said. I just realized, weird coincidence. I used to roll with the Valentinos. Went solo a few years back. Now here we are, ex-members of rival gangs, rolling as mercs. You were with the Valentinos? Oliver raised an eyebrow. Made sense, though. Jackie was from Haywood, and everyone at El Coyote Kojo knew him. Guess that calls for a drink after the job, Oliver said. Celebrate leaving gang life behind. Why does it sound like we just pulled off a heist? Carl smirked. Before the conversation could go further, the GPS chimed in. Target is 50 meters ahead. We're here. Grab your gear. As a rundown factory came into view, Carl felt it. That mix of focus and adrenaline. This was going to be fun. Fucking 6th Street. Motherfuckers. After a long string of expletives hurled at the poor bastard on the other end of the line, Demon, lieutenant of Maelstrom, slammed the call shut. She hadn't been this pissed in years, but she had every reason. Yesterday, her younger brother was killed. Shot in broad daylight. On their turf. In Watson. Some 6th Street punk put a bullet through his skull. Not even the layers of cyberware stacked on his face could save him. The round slipped right through a tiny gap between his facial plating and the back of his head, blew his brain out, and split his skull clean from front to back. By the time the NCPD half-assed their paperwork and got around to informing her, the backplate of his skull was already gone. Looted. Scavenged. What she got back barely resembled a human face, let alone her brother's. Demon didn't earn her name for having a nice temperament. She was already rallying the crew, ready to tear 6th Street a new asshole, when the call came down from the higher-ups. Stand down. Lay low. Don't cause trouble. Stand down? Easy for them to say. It wasn't their brother lying in pieces on a goddamn slab. So what? If their brother died, they just stay calm, follow orders, keep it professional? Fuck that. She already knew who did it. She dug through the NCPD logs herself. The only one from 6th Street who walked away from that shit show was some nobody named Oliver. And conveniently, he'd been kicked out of the gang, which meant no protection, no politics, no consequences. Perfect. You should have just stuck with me, dumbass, she muttered bitterly. Told you not to run off. Told you to wait. What now? You proved shit. And now I don't even know where the fuck to bury your face. Demon and her brother had grown up scraping by. No father. Mother worked herself to death in a corpo factory. They only survived because they had each other. Demon got lucky. Brick noticed her, brought her into Maelstrom. She climbed the ranks, got chrome, started making eddies, enough to support them both. She never wanted him in Maelstrom. She wanted him to live normal, get educated, get out. But he insisted. Said he wanted to help. Said he wanted to prove himself. So she let him gather his own crew, make his own name. And now he was dead. Maybe if she'd forced him to stay by her side, things would have gone differently. But it was too late for regrets. Now it was about revenge. Even if she had to go full chrome and lose her mind, Oliver was going to the grave. Just as she was about to rally the troops, the door burst open. One of her boys stumbled in, pale and panicked. "Boss, we got 3 fuckers inside. We can't hold him much longer." 3? Demon blinked. They had over 20 gunners in this factory, all heavily armed and dug in. And they were getting wrecked by 3 people? Who the fuck thinks they can pull this kind of stunt on me? She grabbed her Militech Crusher, the oversized shotgun heavy enough to snap bones with the recoil alone. This was perfect. Turn these bastards into red mist, and then she'd have an excuse to march on 6th Street and burn the whole fucking block. But she wasn't an idiot. Demon wasn't just going to charge out like some gonked-out cyber psycho. She told the lackey to rally the others, then stepped over to the wall of security monitors. She hadn't checked them earlier. She'd been on the call. Now, she froze. There, on the feed, blonde hair, trimmed mustache, face she couldn't fucking forget. Oliver. Her 6 cybernetic eyes twitched and refocused all at once. That fucker. That fucking traitor. She'd stared at his file all night, burned his face into her memory. And now he was here. He came to her. Demon almost laughed. She hadn't even started hunting him yet, and he walked straight into her claws. Perfect. She bolted for the door, crusher in hand. She was going to rip him apart. Completely unaware that he'd already been marked for death, Oliver was pinned behind cover, returning fire in quick bursts from his Nakota Copperhead. The Maelstrom crew holed up in this factory was nothing like the group they faced before. These guys were organized, better armed, better positioned. Professional killers. Suppressing fire rained down constantly. Every time he peeked out, a hail of bullets forced him right back behind cover. KK, do something. If they keep pushing, we'll be right in the frag zone. We're gonna get shredded. Oliver shouted over the noise, regretting ever listening to Carl's just charge and plan. Who the fuck thought it was smart to brute force a Maelstrom den? They had numbers, entrenched positions, unlimited ammo, and an appetite for blood. Carl didn't flinch. Relax. His voice was calm. Too calm, which meant he had a plan. I've already mapped the Copperhead stats. For shots. That's all he needed to understand the weapon's ballistics, recoil, drift pattern, everything. Now he just needed, Jack, I need an opening. On it. And Jackie, being Jackie, didn't ask questions. He jumped out of cover, right into the kill zone. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Oliver watched in disbelief as every Maelstrom gun immediately snapped toward Jackie. Rounds screamed through the air. Some missed. Some didn't. Blood sprayed from his shoulder and thigh. Now Carl. Jackie screamed. Carl rose. Copperhead raised. Sights locked. 7 enemies in his line of fire. 14 rounds left. Plenty. The Copperhead assault rifle, capable of firing 640 rounds per minute, unleashed its full fury in Carl's hands. Every round found its mark. 1 to the head, 1 to the heart. 7 Maelstrom gangers, each given 2 bullets, dropped in under 2 seconds. By the time the rifle fell silent, not a single one of them was still standing. Damn, Mano, your aim is fucking insane. Jackie, completely ignoring his still bleeding wounds, was already trying to get up to check for survivors and finish the job. Sit your ass down first, Oliver muttered, grabbing him and checking the wounds. Once he confirmed nothing vital was hit, he finally let out a breath of relief. If you keep pulling shit like that, you'll burn through your lives real quick. But hey, I'm still breathing, aren't I? Jackie grinned. And you gotta admit, the results speak for themselves. You wouldn't shut up about how good Carl's aim was the whole drive here. I just wanted to see the magic in action. That's some serious bullshit, Carl muttered, shaking his head. It was the first time he'd seen someone take 2 rounds and still crack jokes about it. If they'd aimed a little better, you'd be fucking dead. Relax, chum. I had it handled. Covered my head, had the vest on. I wouldn't have risked it if I wasn't sure. After this job, we're getting you some damn subdermal armor. Even if we gotta pool our eddies, Oliver added, shaking his head. Honestly, I feel like dead weight right now. I need implants too. Can't keep watching you 2 handle everything and still split the cut. Your aim isn't bad, Oliver. Maybe grab a sniper with some smartling mods. Cover us from range. But I'm nowhere near as good as you, Carl. Which is exactly why you need the sniper rifle, Carl replied, tilting the copperhead in his hands. I'm best up close, fast kills, in and out. Honestly, Jackie chimed in, Oliver should just be our team medic. He pointed at his neatly bandaged wounds, handled mid-conversation. Hey, my sister's a ripper doc. I picked up a few things from her, Oliver muttered, downplaying it. Then he scanned the room and spotted a security cam. We need to move. This place is crawling with cams. Won't be long before more of Maelstrom's freaks show up. Let's shift positions, take out a few more, and leave one breathing, Carl said, grabbing some grenades off a corpse. I really need to learn a hack, or find a damn net runner. If we had one, we could just wipe the cams, find a container, chuck a frag, snap a pic, and we're out. Easy gig. So all this mess is because you didn't want to get your hands dirty, Oliver said dryly. He was starting to think he might be the only halfway normal person on the team. Still supporting Jackie, he lifted his pistol and shot out the nearest camera. Whatever. These two were his crew now. May as well roll with it. By the time Maelstrom Lieutenant Demon reached the spot she'd seen on the feed, all that remained were 7 bodies. Fucking useless, she growled. Couldn't even stall them for 5 minutes? She wanted to shoot their corpses again, just out of spite. Boss! Blood trail. One of her gangers called, pointing at fresh droplets on the floor. Leading that way, the scattered blood drops formed a clear trail. Finally, something useful. Rage boiling, Demon motioned for her crew to follow it. They turned the corner into a narrow hallway. Boom! A grenade trap detonated. The first Maelstrom gangers were consumed in fire. The rest were blown back, bodies ragdolling onto the floor at Demon's feet. Fuck! It's a trap. They fucking played us. Carl, hearing the blast from ahead, turned and switched to his Lexington, better suited for close quarters. Jackie's wounds were bandaged. There'd been no real trail. The blood? A soaked rag, dropped in intervals as they moved. The trap? Set by Oliver, basic but effective, courtesy of his time in 6th Street. Oliver, keep Jackie safe. I'll check what's left. Carl didn't expect a clean sweep, just to stall them. But when he rounded the corner, there wasn't much left to stall. Demon had barely 20-something gangers under her. 7 were dead. The trap took out more. Some were out scavenging. Now, counting her, only 4 remained. Carl's trigger finger moved on instinct. By the time he realized he should leave one alive, 3 were already down. The last one? His bullet hit her square in the head. Clang. It didn't go through. What the fuck? Another one with a metal skull and optics? He fired again, aiming at the seams of her cyberplate. Clang. Still bounced. Her red optics turned toward him, glowing with fury. And in the back of his mind, Carl heard Jackie's warning again. Lexington? That pea shooter can't even scratch subdermal armor. You little shit. Demon locked onto the black-haired young man, peeking around the corner, and immediately raised her Crusher power shotgun. Pong! A deafening blast tore through the steel corridor, the impact triggering a piercing metallic screech that echoed like thunder through every hallway in the factory. Steel was a bitch for sound. The roar carried far, loud and clear, into the corridor where Carl was now sprinting for his life. Fuck, was that a shotgun? Should have aimed for that instead. Cursing under his breath, Carl could already hear Demon's heavy, cyber-enhanced steps closing in from behind. He wasn't fast enough. What was supposed to be a simple sweep had turned into a goddamn death trap. A power shotgun and subdermal armor in a tight corridor? He could already picture his corpse in a pool of blood. Oliver had burned through their grenades, setting traps earlier. If they'd saved just one. Up ahead, Carl spotted Jackie and Oliver. Both had clearly heard the shot and realized things had gone sideways. Run! Mid-sprint, Carl holstered a Lexington, dropped to one knee, and snatched something leaning against the wall. The copperhead. Not too long. Not anymore. You're perfect. A rifle in close quarters was clunky, but in a straight hallway? Just aim forward and let it rip. Jackie hobbled forward, Oliver supporting him, both of them bolting toward the exit. Carl stayed put, braced against the ground, and let loose. Bullets screamed down the corridor. A Lexington wouldn't stop her. But the copperhead? That was different. Demon had almost closed the gap, Crusher nearly in range. Then Carl's barrage pinned her down. She snarled, eyes fixed on the blonde, helping his injured buddy escape. Meanwhile, the one with the rifle never stopped firing. Her jaw clenched until it felt like her implants would crack. This humiliation was beyond anything she could stomach. I know your ammo's running low, kid. You and that sick street bastard are dead. She grabbed a Yukimura pistol off on her dead crew. Arasaka make. Discontinued. Still deadly. One hand on the Yukimura, one on the crusher. She crouched low, ready to move the second the shooting stopped. Oliver, did she just say your name? Jackie grunted, limping fast. You know her? Fuck no. Oliver's voice cracked. This is my first time in Watson. How the hell did I piss off a maelstrom boss? Shut up and run. I'm down to burst shots, almost dry. Move. The urgency in Carl's tone made both of them shut up and pick up the pace. They didn't need details. If Carl was this rattled, it was bad. Don't start a fight you're not ready to finish. Carl carved that into memory. Then, he stopped shooting. Out of ammo, Demon peeked around the corner, gun raised. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets tore in her side, carving clean slashes. But Carl's gut sank. That wasn't a real body. A real subdermal tank wouldn't go down from that. Second lesson learned. He tossed the now empty copperhead and drew the Lexington. Allowed a few parting shots. Started running again. Still shooting? Demon froze mid-step. That gun should be empty. She listened. And then it hit her. That sound. Fuck. That sound. Lexington. That goddamn Lexington. The first gun she and her brother ever used. It saved their lives more than once when they were nobody scraping by in Watson. And now, that same cheap piece of shit just made her hesitate. Fuck you. You really used a Lexington to bait me. She snapped. Both guns ready, she exploded from cover, cybernetic eyes blazing. But all she saw was a silhouette vanishing down the hall. You little shit. Twice. He'd baited her twice. Her optics flared crimson, bathing the walls in red. No more holding back. She'd been saving her strength for when she got her hands on Oliver. Not anymore. Now she was going to kill the black-haired bastard too. Even if they lit her up with the copperhead again, she'd walk through it. No more hesitation. Kill. 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 Her cyberware kicked into overdrive. Internal systems whined like turbines. Speed increased. She wasn't leaving this factory without someone's head. The moment Carl turned the corner at the end of the hallway, he found himself in a massive warehouse, cluttered with machinery and scrap metal, like a cannery gone rogue. In the distance, Oliver and Jackie had already taken cover behind a steel workbench, both frantically waving him over. Oliver clutched his Nova, while Jackie, gripping the copperhead that originally belonged to Oliver, had his sights locked onto the corridor behind Carl, waiting for whoever was chasing him to step into range. Even though they were ready, neither Jackie nor Oliver had any clue what Carl had just run into. That bitch has got subdermal armor. My Lexington doesn't do shit. Carl shouted mid-sprint, explaining why he hadn't already taken her down. Hearing that, Jackie groaned. Told you to get a better gun, Mano. Yeah, well, I'm regretting it now. Lesson fucking learned. The copperhead packed way more punch than a Lexington, but in some situations, a sidearm was irreplaceable. Accuracy couldn't always substitute raw power. Carl was learning that the hard way. Just a few meters from reaching the others, he heard it. Heavy metal footsteps. She was already here. What the fuck? I had a 2-second head start. Carl knew he wouldn't make it in time. His eyes scanned the chaos around him, searching for cover. A dumpster. Huge and overflowing with rusted machinery and scrap parts. I swear, I have the worst luck with trash. The moment Demon burst from the corridor, her 6 glowing red eyes locked onto Carl, diving behind the towering bin. And right then, Jackie and Oliver opened fire. A storm of copperhead and Nova rounds rained down the corridor. But Demon didn't flinch. She charged straight through it. Her subdermal armor tanked the incoming shots, letting her power forward like a freight train. She wasn't trying to survive. She was trying to kill Oliver, even if it meant going down with him. Cabron. She's going for a suicide rush. That's a crusher. This cover's not going to stop that shit. Jackie cursed, trigger locked, as he tried to drop her before she closed the gap. Her armor's thicker than we thought. How much did she spend on that upgrade? Oliver shouted, desperate. Demon didn't just charge, she shot back. Her Yukimura pistol spat fire, rounds zipping straight at Oliver. He didn't know her, didn't know why she wanted him dead, but it didn't matter. She was about to reach the perfect range. Her Yukimura clicked dry. She dropped it. Both hands now gripped the crusher. One more second, and both Oliver and Jackie were paced. But Carl hadn't gone behind the dumpster to hide. He vanished from her sight for a reason. Those 6 cybernetic eyes had a wide field of view, almost impossible to flank her. Almost. But now, every one of those red eyes was focused on Oliver. She wanted to see him die. That was her mistake. Carl launched from the top of the dumpster and slammed into her. She heard the shift in air too late. A full-grown merc, moving at speed. Even Demon couldn't hold her ground. They hit the floor hard. That was all Carl managed to do. A split second later, a metal fist smashed into his face, like a goddamn steel piston. His nose shattered. Blood sprayed. Get the fuck off me. Her left hand was pinned under Carl's leg, but her right was free. She swung again. Another metal punch. Carl's skull rang. His vision blurred. Lights out. Almost. But he had one shot left. He could feel it. Oliver and Jackie were charging in to help, but Carl already had his weapon drawn. He wasn't worried about friendly fire. The Lexington barked, just as her fist connected one last time. His cheekbone cracked. His head snapped back. Blood burst from his mouth. And yet, Carl grinned, because he'd figured it out. Subdermal armor on the knuckles, but not on the fingers. Fingers could be shot off. He didn't aim for the punching hand. That could still kill him. He shot the other hand, the one gripping the crusher. Her fingers exploded. The massive shotgun clattered to the ground. Carl grabbed it mid-roll. Through the blood, through the ringing in his ears, he smirked down at her. Pleasure meeting you, sweetheart. Demon's 6 red eyes locked onto one thing. The crusher, now in Carl's hands. Better luck next time. Pong. Carl watched as the cybernetic eyes on Demon's face exploded in a burst of sparks and gore. He staggered, vision spinning, body swaying sideways. Hey, you okay, KK? Oliver rushed in, catching Carl before he collapsed fully. His eyes shifted to the now headless Maelstrom ganger, his face twisting in both awe and disgust. Shit, it really does look like a blood flower blooming. Almost died. Carl groaned, pain radiating through his face. His hand felt dislocated too. The crusher's recoil was brutal. One shot, and both arms had gone numb. Come on, let's get you up. Jackie stepped in, helping lift Carl. His gaze lingered on the crooked nose and torn cheek. Then he placed a hand on Carl's nose. Brace yourself. Crack. Carl felt something snap deep in his skull. Arr! The pain made him howl. God damn it, Jackie. You couldn't give me 1 second. Jackie grinned, unfazed. The more you prepare, the worse it hurts. His voice was way too casual for someone who'd just realigned a friend's broken nose. How's it feel? Carl winced, running a hand over his face. Better. Still hurts like hell, but at least it's not throbbing. He exhaled and looked toward Demon's corpse. Judging by that armor, she must have been a top lieutenant. No way a regular Maelstrom grunt could afford something that tanks copperhead rounds, Oliver muttered. No wonder this gig pays 10 grand. His tone turned bitter again. That corporate chick was now a full-on corpo bitch. I thought she was just being generous. Turns out the job was a damn pain. He kicked the body. That kind of armor? Easy 30 grand. Carl chuckled, clapping Jackie on the shoulder. Well, once we torch that crate, we walk away with 70. You'll be able to afford decent subdermal plating. Jackie smirked. After we hit up Vic, we're all pretty wrecked. Agreed. Oliver picked up the crusher Carl had dropped. Might as well loot their accounts. Could be some creds left. He smirked, assuming we didn't turn their brains to soup. Carl shrugged. Not a chance. I am for all of them myself. Then he turned to Oliver. By the way, any idea why she was gunning for you? Oliver frowned. No clue. He nudged Demon's body with a boot. I've never even been to Watson before yesterday. Whatever beef she had, it wasn't with me. Jackie whistled low. If she was alive, we could have had a net runner dig through her logs. Carl smirked. Too bad she's dead. Despite the banter, They got back to work fast. Jackie scavenged weapons for resale. Carl and Oliver searched for terminals or logs on the crate's location. After 30 minutes, Carl found a working computer on the first floor. He jacked in, scanning files. Nothing directly about the crate, but one folder caught his eye. Maelstrom activity logs, raids, ambushes, conflicts with gangs and core. Everything. Carl leaned back. He remembered hearing it when he first arrived. Maelstrom's stirring shit up in Kabuki again. There was the 6th Street convoy that got hit. And now, this Corpo crate. None of it was random. Maelstrom was building towards something. Something bigger. Not his problem. He was a merc. Not a revolutionary. Just as he was about to disconnect, his comlink buzzed. Yo, found the crate. Oliver's voice came through with attached coordinates. Carl smirked. He jacked out, pulled the Lexington, and fired one shot, blowing the terminal apart. Not for stealth, just a test. The Lexington couldn't pierce armor, but it could still wreck a computer. He watched the bullets sink into the terminal and thought, it's passable. Not enough penetration. Yeah, time to upgrade. By the time Carl reached Oliver's position, Jackie was already there. Right in front of them was the crate described in the dossier. Carl nodded and dialed the Corpo's number. After a few rings, she picked up. How's the job? No greeting. No intro. She already knew. This your crate? Describe it. Carl relayed the markings, size, shape, the red flower emblem. That's the one. Destroy it. Copy that. He nodded to Oliver. Oliver jacked into the security node and started recording. Jackie tied several grenades to the crate, then dragged it to a corner and yanked the pins. 5 seconds later, boom! A shockwave ripped through the room. Shards of the crate scattered across the floor. For a split second, Carl thought he saw data shards inside. Thin, rectangular slates of encrypted intel. But now they were ashes. Oliver saved the footage and handed it to Carl. Carl sent it to the client. Seconds later, the line cut off. No goodbye. Instead, a message came in. You did well. You weren't too curious. I'm satisfied. Then, ping. 70,000 eddies received. Well, Oliver eyed the smoking remains. He wanted to know what was in there. But the payout was sweeter. Just came through. Sending your shares now. A moment later, 23,300 eddies landed in each of their accounts. There's 100 left over. Carl grinned. Call it dinner money. Let's eat somewhere decent. I know a few places, Jackie smirked. Then added with a laugh. But 100 won't cut it at those spots. I'll chip in. Carl waved him off. My treat. And with that, their first job as a crew, complete. Job payout, 100,000 eddies. You guys pulled off a big job this time. Inside Victor's Ripper Doc clinic, the man tossed the question out casually as he patched up Jackie's wounds. You could say that. Corpo gig. Almost got our asses handed to us. Jackie shrugged. After selling off the gear and scraps, I walked away with about 40,000. Maelstrom gear doesn't sell for shit, but we kept a Crusher shotgun. Bringing your ass back in one piece is what matters. Victor pressed a staple gun-like device to Jackie's arm. Click. One swift press, and the wound sealed shut. He gave Jackie a firm pat on the arm, then headed back to his chair. All patched up. Before you go, grab some Aeropo injectors. Next time, jam one into yourself before shit hits the fan. It'll help a lot. How much, Vic? Jackie reached for his cred chip. Call it a celebration for your big job. On the house. Waving them off, Vic leaned back, eyes drifting to the boxing match on his screen. Ding. The fight resumed. Thanks, Vic. I'll bring some drinks next time. We'll knock back a few. Jackie rolled his shoulder, testing it. Satisfied, he turned to Carl and Oliver. All right, let's celebrate. Job's done. Any place in mind? Oliver asked. I'm not too familiar with Watson. There's a solid izakaya over in Kabuki. What do you think? Jackie turned toward Carl, waiting for his take. Japanese food, huh? Carl paused, then nodded. Been a while. Could be worth checking out. But isn't Kabuki a den for hustlers and scammers? Didn't expect a decent restaurant there. People still gotta eat after a long night of scamming and partying, chum. Jackie grinned. Trust me, the place is legit. Not that I've had authentic Japanese food, but it's damn good. Sold. With Jackie hyping it up, the three jumped into Oliver's car and headed toward Kabuki Market. On the way, they talked about how they'd spend their 40,000 eddies. 40,000 was a lot in Night City, enough to surpass 90% of the population's net worth. Even for mercs, few ever saved up that much. Most edge runners lived gig to gig, blowing their earnings instantly. Even among survivors, 5-digit savings were rare. Hell, most low-tier mercs didn't even have gear better than random maelstromers. Jackie went first. I'm setting aside $10K for a ride, either a car or a bike. The rest? Go to Vic for some subdermal armor. He tapped the dash. That psycho maelstromer we fought? Not even a Saratoga could punch through her plating. Once I get my own, I'll be a damn tank. There was another reason Jackie wasn't salvaging cyberware from the corpse. 1. Jackie took pride in his Mexican roots. And while Mexicans joked about death, they still respected it. Stripping corpses for parts? That was scavenger work. And he hated scavengers. 2. Cyberware from another body was already customized. Secondhand implants rarely synced well with new users. Even if they fit, they malfunctioned. Worst case, they triggered cyberpsychosis, a mental rejection of foreign tech, leading to madness and extreme violence. Even ACPA avoided cyberpsychos. Only psycho squads handled them. Jackie wasn't risking that. Oliver, curious, asked, "A secondhand junker's what? 10K? What kind of car are you looking for?" "Anything with 4 seats." Jackie shifted uncomfortably in the cramped passenger seat beside Carl. "Anything's better than this tight-ass ride. TCH, my car's for picking up girls, not squeezing in 2 grown gonk-ass mercs." Oliver fired back. "And this baby's worth 29,000 eddies, even secondhand." Jackie scoffed. "Picking up girls? In a Nomad cargo hauler? Santo Domingo girls are practical." "Yeah, sure. Like I haven't seen girls from Santo." Jackie snorted. "Your neighborhood's right next to the Badlands. Dust storms 24/7, rough skin, but somehow they got high standards? Nah, Haywood girls, that's where it's at. Hot, passionate, and real." "Real? You mean easy. Say 2 words and a Haywood girl's in your lap." "All right, knock it off." Carl sighed. Squeezed between the two, he felt like a sandwich. Time to change the subject. "Anyway, Oliver, what about you? What's the plan?" Oliver thought for a second. "First off, I need an apartment. Sleeping in cars or motels sucks." He looked at Jackie. "Then cyberware. I won't survive as a merc without at least something." "You still thinking about being our team's medic or sniper?" Carl asked. "Yeah, I'll look into what fits." He turned back to Jackie. "Thinking about staying in Watson. Any recommendations?" "High rises in Little China. Rent's all right. Food's cheap." Oliver nodded. "Oh yeah, that's where I first met Carl." He glanced over. "What about you? Got a plan?" Carl shrugged. "Might check out the same place. If it works, I'll move in." "And the leftover eddies?" "Haven't decided, but I'm definitely ditching the Lexington. I need a real handgun." The car was filled with banter and laughter as they followed the NAV and finally arrived at their destination. What should a Japanese restaurant's signature dish be? Sashimi? Sushi? Tempura? In 2075, while those traditional Japanese foods could still be artificially synthesized from all kinds of strange ingredients, they'd changed so much from the originals that they were no longer the main attractions. These days, the most popular dish in Night City's Japanese joints was yakitori, grilled chicken skewers. Made from synthetic meat, this so-called chicken looked more like meatballs on a stick than anything resembling a skewer. The moment they sat down, Jackie ordered 20 and insisted Carl and Oliver try them. Carl hesitated, unsure what exactly this chicken was made of or if it was even safe. Meanwhile, Oliver had already grabbed one and bitten into it like it was no big deal. One bite, then another. He was clearly into it. Seeing how much Oliver enjoyed it, Carl figured he'd have to get used to eating bugs eventually anyway. So, he picked up a skewer and took a bite, and immediately spat it out. He wasn't trying to be rude or waste food, but his body rejected it like a bad implant. The texture, the taste, the smell, it hit him all at once. What the hell was that taste? If Carl had to describe it in 2 words, absolutely vile. In 3, Fucking disgusting garbage that I in for. Why does this exist? And if he really let loose? This tastes like absolute fucking shit. It reminded him of those awful cheap hot dogs from his childhood. The ones that were 99% starch and even stray dogs avoided. But worse. Imagine a moldy, sawdust-filled hot dog soaked in soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil. Like chewing a soggy, over-seasoned paper towel. Only somehow even more revolting. Oliver and Jackie were mid-bite, clearly enjoying theirs. Then they noticed Carl's scrunched-up face, his furrowed brows, and a half-chewed meatball now sitting on the table. They froze. First thought, was it poisoned? Both stopped eating, faces tense. Then Carl finally said, "This shit is just way too nasty." Nasty? Jackie and Oliver glanced at each other. They looked at Carl's skewer, same as theirs. To be sure, Jackie grabbed Carl's rejected skewer and took a bite. He chewed, thought for a second. Wait, this isn't bad at all. You've got to be kidding me. Carl glared at him. Even Oliver took the last meatball off the stick and popped it in. Same reaction. Yeah, this isn't bad. Seeing their honest confusion, Carl realized the truth. These two had eaten synthetic garbage for so long, they couldn't tell it was trash anymore. There was no point in arguing. He just sighed. Compared to real chicken skewers, this synthetic crap is straight-up dog's shit. Real chicken skewers? Oliver snorted, assuming Carl was joking. Dude, real chicken's been banned in Night City since the bird flu pandemic. You want the real stuff, you'll have to go through the black market, and it ain't cheap. Jackie, however, looked at Carl with wide eyes. Wait, you're telling me you've actually had real chicken before? Of course I have. That's why I know this synthetic crap is trash. Carl shook his head. I'm done with these fake skewers. Give me something else. Eating this is torture. Oliver thought back to their first meal together. Carl had gone straight for vegetarian dishes. A suspicion formed in his mind. Wait, you're not some corpo-rich kid, are you? Carl scoffed. Yeah, right. You ever seen a corpo kid packing a fucking Lexington? He waved over a waitress and ordered something else. What followed was basically a live food review stream. Carl took one bite of each dish and rejected them all. One after another, plate after plate was pushed aside, forming a growing pile in front of Jackie and Oliver. By the time they realized what was happening, their side of the table had become a mountain of rejected dishes. Yo, Carl, chill the fuck out. Oliver clutched his stomach, ready to burst. You've ordered tonkatsu, sushi, sashimi, Japanese curry. Dude, you've eaten your way through half the fucking menu. And you haven't found a single dish you like? This is not my fault. Carl looked genuinely offended. I swear, not one damn thing here is edible. If I hadn't spent the last 2 days living off cold noodles, I'd probably have starved by now. Jackie patted his stomach, now round like a damn balloon. He gave Carl a strange look. Damn, Mano. Not just chicken. You've had real pork, beef, and fish too? What kind of place did you grow up in? Carl sighed. A place where real meat wasn't a fucking luxury. For one final attempt, he turned to the last dish, akazuk, tea rice. Finally, something he could stomach. As he ate slowly, a grim realization hit him. Out of everything he tried, the only thing he could eat was a vegetarian dish. Was this his future? Was he destined to be a fucking vegetarian for life? Brain ants? What's that? After finishing their meal and heading off to check out some apartments, Carl couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore. Oliver and Jackie had mentioned the term a few times already. Wait, is it like poke? Dude, what the hell are you even saying? Oliver cut him off, looking half amused and half horrified. No, just brain dance. Plain and simple. Knowing Carl wasn't up to speed on a lot of modern tech, Oliver gave him a quick crash course. In short, brain dance, or BD, was like virtual reality on overdrive. But instead of just visuals and sound, BDs let you relive a person's full sensory experience. Pain, fear, arousal, adrenaline, everything recorded straight from their brain and dumped into yours. By 2075, BD was the top form of entertainment in Night City. Every household had a BD headset, the same way people used to have TVs or smartphones. Carl raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That actually sounds kind of awesome. I want to try it. Used to Carl acting like a guy frozen in time, Jackie and Oliver didn't even question it. They immediately rerouted toward a nearby Braindance store. First-time buyer. A personal BD headset didn't cost much. Just 1,000 eddies for a brand new unit, including a few free samples. While Carl paid at the counter, Oliver flipped through the bundled titles. Heartstrings, Soul of Light, Gate of Swords. Why are they all just games? Jackie snorted. 'Cause nobody buys those. They're popular, sure, but in Night City? You get more thrills just walking 2 blocks after dark. Then Jackie pointed at a shelf. The Old Man and the Sea looks decent. Carl blinked. Wait, you mean Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea? Jackie's eyes lit up. You've read Hemingway? It's a classic? Oliver leaned in. What's it about? An old man fishing. Oliver squinted. Fishing? Dude, the ocean's a toxic soup. I can't even imagine that shit. Interest gone. Carl shrugged and grabbed the BD out of curiosity. He wanted to see how someone had turned a literary classic into a full sensory experience. As he browsed deeper into the store, something else caught his eye. What are those? He pointed to a shelf in the corner. Dark packaging, edgy designs, and a title font that looked like it was bleeding. Oh, that. Oliver didn't even blink. That's the hardcore stuff. Gore, porn, you name it. Carl raised an eyebrow. How gory we talking? If it's being sold in a legit shop, it's not black market levels. Maybe some gunshots, a bit of blood. Definitely no cyber psychos or real death BDs. Carl scanned the titles. One stood out. My Years in Trauma Team. A first-person record of a trauma team medic's career, chaotic rescues, gang crossfires, corporate firefights. The works. It cost 70 eddies per volume. That wasn't exactly cheap for a lot of folks in Watson. That was 2 weeks of food. But Carl had over 40,000 eddies in his account. He bought all 3 volumes. Bundled discount, 200 eddies. Then, because he was already there, he added A Mercenary's Combat Log, The Champion's Journey, The Samurai's Last Stand. These weren't bundled, but altogether came out to just 180 eddies. Big spender Carl. Watching Carl drop 1,430 eddies in one go, Oliver nearly choked. Damn, chum. You really just buy whatever the hell you want, huh? He rubbed his forehead. Back when I wanted to pick up a spicy BD, I'd stare at my wallet for an hour before deciding. You just waltz in and grab 6 in one sweep. Carl shrugged. You said Braindance lets you fully relive the original person's experience, right? I just want to test something. Sure, part of him was curious. But more than that, he had a theory. If he could process those experiences completely, if his brain could learn from them, then these BDs weren't just for entertainment. They were training tools. Trauma team equals medical training. Mercenary's log equals combat tactics. Champion's journey equals hand-to-hand experience. Samurai's stand equals swordsmanship. If it worked the way he hoped, then Braindance was more than recreation. It was skill acquisition. Verification. Jackie didn't really get what Carl meant by that, but he didn't press. They all had eddies now, so he grabbed a few BDs too. With Carl's full stack, Jackie's selection, and even Oliver's modest picks, the BD shop owner looked like he was about to declare record sales for the month. Then, bam, the door slammed open. 3 men in black hoodies stormed inside, each holding a Lexington. Everybody on the fucking ground. This is a robbery. Just another day in Night City. Carl raised his hand slowly. He wasn't scared. He could probably drop all 3 with clean headshots. But it wasn't worth the risk. If they were just here to steal, better to stay chill and not escalate. Oliver and Jackie did the same. Hands up, eyes sharp. This was just Tuesday in Night City. Quick and dirty. The masked punks didn't seem eager to kill. They took the cash from the register, around 700 eddies, and a handful of BD game chips. They ignored the headsets, too risky. The serial numbers made them traceable. The whole thing took less than 2 minutes. Then they ran, slamming the door behind them. The shop owner cursed and reached for the phone to call ACPA. When? Gunshots. Carl immediately recognized the sound. Lexington. Then, bang, the door burst open again. A corpse flew inside, thudding hard against the floor. Face half gone, but enough remained to tell. It was one of the robbers. Carl exhaled sharply. Looks like shit just got real. No hesitation. All 3 reached for their guns. This was Night City. "Boss, hold on to our stuff. We'll be back to pick it up." Carl spoke calmly as he stepped toward the door. He had no clue what the hell was going on outside, but Oliver's car was parked just down the street, and he had to make sure it wasn't totaled. If it got wrecked, they'd be hauling everything back on foot. Not exactly ideal. Through the broken storefront window, Carl scanned the street. Chaos. In the middle of the road, a burly blonde guy in aviators was lighting up a cargo truck with a Militech MK.31 heavy machine gun, shredding its chassis like it was cardboard. Closer to their position, two very familiar corpses lay face down on the pavement. The same three masked robbers from earlier, now riddled with bullets, their bodies surrounded by scattered Eurodollars. Wrong place, wrong time. Unlucky as hell. The fuck's going on? Jackie joined Carl at the window, took one look, and immediately ducked back behind cover. Shit, that's a heavy machine gun? What the hell kind of mess did we just walk into? Then, my fucking car. Oliver's voice cracked. He just spotted his beloved ride. A fresh dent scarred the driver's side door, clearly from a stray bullet. Not a deep hit, but enough to make Oliver go pale. That was a birthday gift from my sister. So what's the move? Carl's fingers tightened on his gun. His other hand rested casually on a grenade he'd snatched from the Maelstrom hideout. Should we just wipe both sides? If they were rocking subdermal armor, he had just the thing for that. Jackie still had the Crusher too. No shortage of firepower here. Dude, you're really about to start a war over a dent. Oliver, pissed as he was, still had enough sense not to challenge an HMG head-on. Relax. The guy out there's got enough chrome to eat through a tank. Let's not poke the beehive. Am I the only one thinking like a normal merc? Carl raised an eyebrow. He wasn't even being bloodthirsty by Night City standards. Hell, he was practically showing restraint. Who the hell are these guys? The firefight was wrapping up fast. From behind the truck, a new group flanked the defenders. Leading the push, a guy with a mohawk and a copperhead SMG spraying bullets like he was painting the walls. Beside him, a short girl with neon green pigtails holding a pink M76E Omaha Smart pistol. 3 clean shots. 3 dead bodies. Man, the green-haired girl waved at the heavy gunner. We're clear. Rebecca. The blonde dude May nodded, then turned to the mohawk guy. Pilar, grab the crate. Let's roll. On it. They're mercs. Jackie lowered his voice, watching the pros clean up. Same as us. Carl relaxed a bit. So this wasn't about them. All right, nothing to do with us. Let's go grab our shit. He turned back inside. You want to fix up your car first, Oliver? Nah, I'll hammer out the dent later. Let's check the apartments first. As they packed up their purchases, the BD shop owner rushed outside to scoop up the scattered Eurodollars around the corpses. Shit, this was mine to begin with. I'm taking it back. Carl and Jackie climbed into the passenger seat. Oliver fired up the engine and drove off. Maine and his crew, now done looting the truck, were also prepping to leave. As Oliver's car passed the wreck, Maine gave them a passing glance but didn't react. Carl, however, took a longer look. The guy had stood in open fire, tanking everything. That armor, it had to be top tier, but it wasn't Carl's problem. Just something to remember. Moving in, the rest of the ride to the mega building went smooth. After a quick call, they met the apartment manager and started the lease process. Corporate-owned building, corporate drones at the desk, and a mountain of paperwork. After getting bled dry with fees, both Carl and Oliver signed off 1,000 eddies per month. Oliver wanted to live next to Carl, but only one unit was available on the 4th floor. He took the 5th. Basic amenities, with a catch. The place came fully furnished. Sounds good? Nope. Landline. 10 eddies setup, 0.75 eddies per minute. TV. 50 eddies deposit, 1 eddy per hour. Vending machine inside the room. Corpos really figured out how to nickel and dime people to death, huh? Carl stared at the vending unit. Reluctantly, he paid 15 eddies for 3 cans of tiny Coca-Cola. One for himself, one for Oliver, one for Jackie. It was the only brand available. Artificial, sugary, too sweet, and yet wildly popular. Settling in, Jackie flopped onto the couch with a sigh. Not bad, Mano. Feels cozy. Carl took a sip of the soda and winced. Sweet enough to rot your teeth in one swig. Oliver looked around the room. That's all you're gonna say? It's livable? Yeah. I've been living in shitboxes since I was 18. This is the best place I've had. Carl raised an eyebrow. And how old are you again? Oliver groaned. 24. You asked me this like 3 times already. Guess I keep blocking it out. Carl rolled his eyes. 6 years on the street. And this was the best Oliver could afford. Carl had been in Night City less than 48 hours, and he already had a mega-building lease. Didn't feel like an achievement. It just felt like surviving. A new chapter. Carl leaned against the kitchen counter, watching Jackie and Oliver kick back like they'd earned a vacation. He took another sip of the syrupy soda. Too sweet. Too fake. But maybe that was just how things were here. Glug. He winced. Goddamn. That's sweet. So damn boring. Carl sat at the counter of the Wild Wolf Bar, complaining to Mama Wells, Jackie's mother. We're not getting any gigs, Mrs. Wells. At this rate, we're going to starve to death. No need to rush things, Carl. Mama Wells chuckled as she set down a plate of fries in front of him. Not having work isn't always a bad thing. Here, try my newest batch of fries. Oh, these are the ones you said have seasoned salt, right? Watching Carl's sudden mood swing from misery to excitement over a plate of fries, Oliver and Jackie both sighed from their seats at the counter. It had been a week since they'd officially formed their little crew. In that time, they had taken on 5 different jobs, nothing too big but enough to get by. More importantly, they had learned a lot about Carl's personality, and if Oliver and Jackie had to describe him in one word, it would be something Carl had taught them in Chinese. Never sit still. That wasn't to say Carl stirred up trouble. Not at all. It just meant he literally couldn't stand being idle. Most mercs would take time off after a job, especially if the payout was good. Some would chill for weeks before even thinking about their next contract. Carl, the second they finished a gig, he was already looking for the next one. Dude was a machine. To be fair, Carl's workaholic nature had its benefits. Because of his relentless job hunting, both Jackie and Oliver had leveled up their skills significantly, and their wallets were looking heavier than ever. That said, they were still human, not preem-tier cyberware. So today, they dragged Carl here to drink and take it easy. Forced him, actually. Come on, man. Just chill out and have a drink. Seeing Carl happily munching away on fries, Oliver clinked glasses with Jackie. According to Carl, once we're big enough to get fixer contracts, he'll start being more selective with jobs. So we just got to keep pushing until we get there. Jackie took a sip of his drink and let out a sigh. It's not that I don't like taking jobs, man. We're mercs. Of course, having work is better than not having work. He hesitated, rolling the glass in his hand. I just wonder, are these small-time gigs really going to make us famous enough to get fixers to notice us? You thinking about bigger jobs again? Like our first one. Man's got to have dreams, right? If every job could net us 30 to 40K like that one, I'd die happy. Kids from Haywood like to joke about death a lot. Normally, Carl was the one who called them out on it. But this time, Jackie, Mama Wells shot him a glare from behind the bar. Shit. Sorry, Mama. Jackie immediately apologized, realizing he had slipped. He'd gotten too used to talking like this around Carl and Oliver. Maybe cool it with the death talk a bit, man, Oliver added. Right then, his phone buzzed, a call from his sister. She'd originally planned to be back in Night City 2 days ago, but kept delaying it for work. Now, she was finally here. She wanted to meet up. Welp, I'm out. After saying his goodbyes to Carl and Jackie, Oliver left first. Ever since he got kicked out of the 6th Street gang, returning to Santo Domingo wasn't an option if he wanted to stay out of trouble. But since his sister was coming to Watson, he could at least meet up with her. His plan? Pick her up and grab some food together. Not long after Oliver left, Jackie got a message too. His girlfriend Misty, who also happened to be Victor's landlord, wanted to go out for a walk together. After sending Carl a quick text explaining the situation, Jackie bailed as well, making up some random excuse for his mom. Mama Wells still liked Jackie's ex more than Misty, and he wasn't in the mood to deal with that today. In just a few minutes, the rare day off for their crew turned into Carl sitting alone at the bar, munching on fries. What could he do about it? One teammate was with his sister, the other with his girl. What was Carl supposed to do? Whatever. Might as well go home, study some hacking, or watch some braindances. At least those were actually proving useful for learning. Thank for the fries, Mrs. Wells. Finishing up his food, Carl left the Wild Wolf Bar, taking a stroll through Haywood streets. Then something hit him. Oliver was the one driving. So now, how the hell was he getting back to Watson? The subway? Never taken it before. Didn't know the system. Forget it. Call a cab. Just as he was about to hail a ride, his phone rang. Oh, a familiar number. Wasn't this the big shot Corpo client who said they'd only call once? Guess that was bullshit. Corpo or not, they paid well, so Carl picked up without hesitation. I need a bodyguard. Someone to accompany me for a negotiation. 50,000 eddies. Solo gig. If you're interested, be at the Wordless Motel in Watson in 1 hour. Click. Hung up. Didn't even give him a chance to reply. Damn. All right, whatever. 50,000 eddies is 50,000 eddies. Arrogant as hell, but who cared? A client's a client. Carl thought about it for a moment. No need to bother Jackie or Oliver. They finally had a day off to spend with their families and loved ones. If he told them, they'd probably ditch everything to back him up in secret. No point dragging them into it. Besides, this was the perfect chance to test his new cyberware. Over the past few days, Carl had spent nearly all of his job earnings on a major upgrade session at Vic's clinic. Rolling his shoulders, he felt the new enhancements in his arms, a strange but powerful sensation. His fingers brushed against the tech pistol holstered at his waist. Arasaka's JK X2 Kenshin, a tech pistol designed to use electromagnetic energy to fire high-speed metal slugs, piercing walls, cover, and enemies alike. Regular subdermal armor? Might as well be paper against this thing. After everything that happened before, Carl wasn't about to take any chances. Now was the perfect time to see what he and his new upgrades were truly capable of. You're here. I'm here. Carl considered saying something dramatic like you shouldn't have come, but his corpo client probably wouldn't get the reference. So instead, he kept it simple and shut up. This was his second time meeting this corporate woman. Unlike their first rushed encounter, now Carl had the time to actually observe her properly. Last time, she'd been wearing makeup, looking sharp, but Carl had been too focused on the promise of 100,000 eddies to really pay attention to her face. Now, up close and in more natural light. She looked about 23, maybe 24. Sharp brows, deep-set eyes, cropped black hair, and dark irises. Her skin leaned toward a warmer olive tone, with distinct Southern European features, probably Spanish or Italian. Well, most people would just call a Latina. Carl wasn't exactly an expert in ethnic distinctions, but he could at least categorize what he saw. Not that it was unusual in Night City. America was already a melting pot. In Night City, it was the melting pot. Hell, seeing a Latina corpo in a black jacket wasn't half as strange as passing some self-proclaimed Mohican descendant rocking a full-on warhawk, the kind of hairstyle that had made a comeback in recent years. Blanca, he figured that was her name, seemed to be waiting for someone else. Even after Carl showed up, she didn't rush things. She just stood there by the Wordless Motel like any other passerby. Without the makeup and corpo suit, she blended in easily, just another woman in a black jacket. Pretty, yes, but not drawing attention. Carl, on the other hand, did draw eyes. His mercenary gear made him stand out, especially to passing women. A few seemed interested until they noticed Blanca standing next to him. Those who didn't back off immediately changed their minds when they met Blanca's cold, cutting gaze. They stood in silence for a while. Then, as if bored or just wanting to establish authority, she finally spoke. My name is Blanca. Call me that for the duration of this job. Blanca, common Spanish name, meant white or pure. Carl immediately thought of Blanche of Castile, some medieval French queen. But with Blanca standing there dressed in all black, the name felt pretty ironic. For this job, your only responsibility is to protect me. See nothing. Say nothing. You're not involved in the negotiations. Even if you hear something, forget it. Understood. Carl gave a wordless nod. Standard silent mercenary protocol. He wasn't Oliver. He didn't talk unless it was necessary. Blanca, however, didn't stop talking. She shifted on her feet, tapping lightly against the pavement. An unconscious tick, maybe a sign of nerves? There should be 10 of them on the other side. If the talks fall apart, I'll run my fingers through my hair. When I do, shoot the one I'm speaking to and cover me. Got it, got it. Carl locked the details in his brain instantly. 10 enemies. Watch for signal. Hair swipe equals shoot. Priority, protect the client. That was all he needed to know. He didn't ask why a corpo like Blanca was doing this herself, without her company backing her up. Didn't matter if it was internal betrayal or a personal job off the books. As far as Carl was concerned, who were the targets? Could he kill them? How much was he getting paid? Everything else was irrelevant. Well, except one thing. Where the hell were the enemies? Blanca looked at Carl's relaxed, almost lazy posture. He didn't seem even slightly worried about going up against 10 possible Maelstrom gangers. She was about to continue briefing him when a black Thornton Hera East I-360 pulled up at the curb. Thornton Hera East I-360, the first model in the Hera lineup. So durable and affordable that it nearly bankrupted Thornton because nobody ever needed a second one that released in 2023. Old as hell by 2075 standards, but still a favorite for tinkerers and modders. Just like Oliver's Thornton Quartz, this was a car for working-class nobodies and low-tier mercs. Cheap, reliable, easy to fix. The back door opened. Empty. Invitation accepted. Carl noticed Blanca tense, just slightly, barely perceptible, but enough for him to catch it. So this was the ride. At least it wasn't a two-seater. Carl had already suffered too many cramped trips, smashed against Jackie's cyber-enhanced bulk. Blanca walked to the car. Carl followed, sliding in behind her. And then, the driver turned around. A bald head, made of chrome, swiveled to face them, glowing red optics blinking with mechanical rhythm. Carl counted. 8 cyber eyes. He sighed internally. Of course. Maelstrom. Who else but these chromed-out freaks would replace half their face with optic implants? Carl was so fucking tired of Maelstrom. Couldn't Night City throw him a curveball now and then? Maybe some tiger claws? Animals? Voodoo boys? Anything but another gang of walking scrapyards. The Maelstrom driver scanned them, turned back, and hit the gas. The Hera rolled off, heading straight for Watson's industrial zone. Carl stared at the passing scenery. No doubt about it. Blanca had beef with Maelstrom, and whatever she was dragging him into, it was more than just stolen blackmail data now. She had skeletons in her closet, chrome-plated ones. The Maelstrom car, carrying Carl and his client, Blanca, finally rolled into the Watson industrial zone. But instead of stopping at some smoke-choked, steel-reeking factory like Carl had expected, the driver took several sharp turns, weaving through alleyways and debris-strewn streets before pulling up in front of a rundown apartment complex. Back when Watson was still being pushed as Night City's next corporate hub, investors had built upscale residential buildings along the district's edges, hoping to create a luxury buffer zone between the elites and the industrial filth. Then the economy collapsed. The corpos fled, and Maelstrom moved in. The wealthy didn't stick around once the gang started demanding mandatory protection fees. Now, these luxury apartments housed factory workers and low-level gongoons, the only ones still willing to live on the edge of Maelstrom territory. Carl mentally filed all this away. He paid more attention to the location than to the history. Honestly, he preferred negotiation in an apartment over some factory death trap any day. Factories were confined, loud, smelled like blood and rust. At least apartments had windows and, with a little luck, maybe even filtered sunlight. As the car came to a stop, Carl's eyes locked onto the 2 Maelstrom gangers waiting outside the building. Each held a Militech M221 Saratoga SMG. Militech M221 Saratoga, originally a corporate-issued PDW, the Saratoga became popular in gang circles for its high ROF, compact size, and easy modding that IT earned a street nickname. The Ripper's Clarinet. Not a toy. Not like the Lexington. Back in the day, the Lexington and Saratoga were marketed as sister platforms. Both named after American carriers, Point One became a discount shelf joke. The other? A street staple. Carl had a soft spot for the Lexington. It was his first, but even he had to admit, the Saratoga was superior in every way. Still, sentiment had its weight. That said, When he saw those gunners, Carl's hand instinctively drifted toward his holster, brushing the grip of his JK-X2 Kenshin. Arasaka JKE-X2 Kenshin, high-end tech pistol, electromagnetically fired slugs, pierces cover, shreds standard subdermal armor. A smart move after what happened with Demon. He wasn't taking chances. Not in the heart of Maelstrom territory. These chromed psychos didn't care about each other, let alone strangers. If someone got trigger-happy, Carl knew he'd have to kill fast to keep Blanca alive. Fortunately, for now, they behaved. The gunners stepped aside. Non-verbal invitation. But their stances told another story. If things went south, they could light up Carl's back in a heartbeat. Time to get out. Blanca didn't look at him as she stepped out of the car. Carl gave the Maelstrom driver one last glance. Nothing. Blank chrome face. No reaction. No words. Still, the moment Carl opened the door. Click. That tiny metallic sound? A safety disengaging. Coming from the driver's seat. Well, shit. Guess they were expecting a double cross too. Carl's face didn't change. Didn't flinch. Didn't look back. He just stepped on the sidewalk, falling in a step beside Blanca as they entered the building. The Maelstrom gunners tracked his movement, but they didn't move. Not yet. If shit started, Carl would end it before anyone could even scream. As Carl and Blanca disappeared into the stairwell, one of the gunners leaned over toward the driver, still holding his Saratoga, finger near the trigger. Did they do anything sketchy? The driver didn't look back. Voice modulated and calm. Negative. Corpo Chick's adrenaline spiked a bit. Scanner flagged it, but nothing major. Probably just nerves. Doesn't look like she's planning a double cross. And the merc. The guard's grip on the Saratoga tightened. That guy. He's the one who took out Demon, right? Soloed that safe house in Watson. The driver hesitated. His cyber eyes flickered red. I think so. He leaned forward, hands gripping the wheel. From the moment he got in the car, until the second he stepped out, he didn't react to anything. Didn't flinch when he saw you. Didn't even blink. The driver paused again, then rubbed the back of his neck. Nervous. I've driven a lot of mercs to these kinds of meetups. Half of them are pale before we hit the halfway point. The other half start sweating bullets the second they realize we're heading into Maelstrom turf. But him, the driver's voice dropped. It was like he knew he could kill me whenever he wanted. The guard scoffed. You're paranoid. The driver slowly pulled his hands off the wheel. They were shaking. I didn't even disengage my safety until he got out of the car. Silence. The guard was about to laugh. But then he saw the sweat beading along the back of the driver's chrome skull, and the expression on his face, like he'd just survived something far worse than a normal passenger. You're saying you could wipe us all? The driver inhaled. I don't know. He looked toward the building. But if he wanted to, I don't think he'd even get scratched. That quiet hit hard. The gunner turned his head, watching the apartment entrance like it might explode. He remembered that look Carl gave him earlier. No malice. No fear. Just cold assessment. Like a predator who decided not to waste the energy. There are 10 guys in that room with guns pointed at him, the gunner muttered. He's not going to take them all out, right? He didn't expect an answer. But suddenly, he wasn't so sure. The meeting was taking place on the 4th floor. Maybe it was just a thing with corporate types, an obsession with climbing to the top, always aiming higher. Even for a negotiation, the preferred spot was the highest floor. Inside the room, aside from the 10 Maelstrom members acting as security for the other party, there was a man in a sharp suit. Unlike Blanca, who was wearing casual clothes and trying hard to suppress her nervousness, this guy had the classic look of a corporate dog straight out of Night City stereotype. Arrogant posture, nose up in the air, eyes filled with condescension. Just looking at him made you want to put a bullet through his skull just to cool him off. A real punchable face. That was Carl's first impression of the man sitting at the other end of the conference table. Compared to him, his employer, Blanca, actually had some redeeming qualities, mainly her looks. Oh, and she was paying him. Sit down, Blanca. The man spoke in a relaxed tone, like he was completely in control of the situation, as if Blanca was already a dead fish on the chopping block. Juanito. Blanca's voice was filled with complicated emotions as she sat across from him. No need to be so tense, Blanca. Juanito smirked, his expression full of self-satisfaction. We're just discussing a small matter that both of us can agree on, aren't we? A small matter? The words made Blanca's face twist with anger, but she held it down, forcing herself to remain calm. Fine, just tell me what you want in exchange for that thing. I won't ask for much. Juanito chuckled mockingly. After all, back when I was working under you, you took such good care of me. He put special emphasis on those last words, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It was clear their history wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Looks like another case of corporate dogs biting each other. Carl thought to himself while scanning the room. The meeting was being held in a rundown 120-square-meter conference space, with a busted-up wall connecting two rooms. As his eyes discreetly traced over every Maelstrom member, marking their weaponry and positions, he noticed a discrepancy. His employer's intel was off. There weren't 10 Maelstrom members. Counting the guards at the entrance and the driver, there were 14 in total. Still, it was within the acceptable margin for unexpected variables. Nothing too difficult. As Carl observed, the Maelstrom goons were also sizing him up. But with 10 of them and just one of him, they weren't too concerned. They had already been briefed that Blanca had no real allies left. She could only hire some bottom-feeder merc to protect her. Seeing Carl now, they thought the same. A young-looking punk, barely 17 or 18, dressed in basic Kevlar with no visible cyberware and armed with just a single pistol. What could he possibly do? None of them recognized him as the one who had taken out Maelstrom's demon and wiped out one of their bases. It wasn't surprising. Demon had been a low-ranking lieutenant, and Maelstrom lost people like her every week. Plus, this group had been loaned out from a higher-ranking officer in exchange for a fat stack of eddies. They barely even knew each other, let alone had time to keep track of some merc who'd killed nobody. To them, Carl was just a greenhorn. While Carl and Maelstrom eyed each other, the corporate exchange continued. Juanito spent the next few minutes taunting Blanca, clearly relishing her growing frustration. Her clenched fists trembled as she struggled to keep her emotions in check. Only after fully enjoying himself did Juanito finally get to the point. I want you to surrender all your assets, resign voluntarily, and disappear from the company. Oh, and by assets, I mean everything: cars, property, cash. Every last Eurodollar. With just one sentence, he lit the fuse on Blanca's rage. That's not happening. Blanca slammed her hands on the conference table, rattling its already peeling surface as she shot up from her seat. What you have on me isn't enough to demand that much. Juanito sneered. Not enough, you say? He leaned forward. Did you really think that just because you destroyed the evidence of your little side hustle, selling company transport routes to Maelstrom, you could come here and shout at me like this? He smirked, shaking his head with mock pity. Let me spell out for you, Blanca. I've been doing the exact same thing. The only difference? I started way before you. Hell, you only got involved because I allowed it. I was the one who reached out to Maelstrom and gave you the opportunity. You think wiping out the evidence of this last transport job makes a difference? I've got plenty more where that came from. Juanito lifted his pinky finger and tapped it against the table. How do you think I even found out about you selling company routes? How do you think I got my hands on the evidence? Because I paid Maelstrom more than you did? No, Blanca, the reality is simple. You were always behind me. The only reason you got the position I deserved is because you went to a fancier school. But in every other way, you're nothing compared to me. Blanca's eyes widened. So the entire partnership was just a setup? You've been scheming against me from the start. What else did you expect? Juanito smirked. Then, as if relishing her shock, he leaned back in his chair and added casually, Oh, and don't bother trying to record this conversation. I already had Maelstrom set up signal jammers in advance. You think I didn't notice you pretending to be angry while secretly turning on your recording device? Nothing we say here is getting back to the company. Blanca's rage froze on her face. Then, in an instant, it was gone, replaced by an eerie calm. She sat back down, her gaze locked onto the man in front of her, once her subordinate, now her enemy. If you adjust your terms, we can renegotiate. Juanito laughed, shaking his head. Oh no, Blanca, this isn't a negotiation. I'm just informing you. You will hand everything over. It's just a question of whether you do it willingly or if I have to put in a little extra effort. And well, I won't lie. There's some personal satisfaction in all this. He grinned. I've always wanted to see you like this. That look of resentment on your face. Finally. Ha 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 ha. The satisfaction was intoxicating, like gulping down an ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. Then Blanca spoke. Enjoying yourself? Juanito's laughter halted. Something fell off. She was still calm. She wasn't breaking down. He looked at her in confusion. And then he saw it, the barrel of a gun aimed right at his face. Blanca's voice was cold. Idiot. If you're playing corporate power games, why the hell wouldn't you bring a gun? Bang. A gunshot rang out. Right before the gunshot rang out, Blanca had made a subtle motion, brushing her hair back. But when she actually pulled the trigger and executed the corporate suit in front of her with a single shot, Carl hesitated for a moment. He hadn't expected his employer to be this decisive, pulling a gun and shooting without a second thought. Being threatened? He has evidence against you. Simple, kill him. Using force to settle disputes. Clearly, Blanca had already mastered the true art of corporate warfare. Just for that alone, Carl had to admit, compared to Juanito, who had spent so much time running his mouth, Blanca was far superior. She was in a higher position at the company for a reason. His surprise only lasted for an instant. Blanca had already fired, so Carl naturally followed suit. And in that moment, he understood something that he had misjudged his employer. When Blanca first said they would be facing 10 enemies, Carl had assumed she was wrong after noticing there were more than 10 upon arrival. But now, he realized, no, she was absolutely correct. Blanca had never planned to let Juanito leave alive. She had entertained his long-winded speech only to confirm where the leak had come from. As Juanito's body hit the floor, the Maelstrom members reacted instantly, reaching for their weapons. None of them had their safeties on. They only needed 1 second to turn Carl and Blanca into Swiss cheese. Unfortunately for them, Carl was faster. For the past few days, Carl had been watching a lot of Braindance recordings. One of his favorites, which he had watched twice, was a BD called Western Gunslinger. From it, Carl had learned the ancient American technique of the quick draw. The gunfire was so rapid it almost sounded like a single shot. And when the noise faded, 7 Maelstrom members lay dead. The JK X2 Kenshin had a 12-round magazine. Carl hadn't run out of bullets, but he had fired 7 rounds in a single instant, and his hand couldn't take the recoil anymore. His gun slipped from his grip. The Kenshin may have had reduced recoil, being a tech pistol, but it wasn't recoil-free. Even a cybernetically enhanced mercenary would feel their hand go numb after firing so many rounds in rapid succession. And Carl? He didn't even have reinforced tendons or cyber muscle. But just because he had lost his gun didn't mean he was defenseless. From his wrists, 2 thin, vein-like wires shot out, each caught between his index and middle fingers. Monowire, a single-molecule thin cutting wire, as flexible as a whip and as sharp as a sword. When fully charged, it could generate heat, slicing through flesh and metal alike, a favorite among netrunners, as it doubled as both a weapon and a hacking tool. To put it simply, it was a whip-length weapon, as sharp as a katana and doubled as a cyber warfare device. This was Carl's second major cyberware upgrade, the one he had spent every last eddy to install at Vic's clinic. Carl's hands flicked through the air before the 3 Maelstrom gangers closest to him could even finish drawing their weapons. They froze mid-motion. Shing! With a sharp flick of his wrists, Carl retracted his mono wires. At the same time, he bent down slightly, catching his Kenshin pistol before it even hit the floor. Splurt! The instant Carl's fingers wrapped around his gun, a spray of blood burst from the waists and arms of the 3 Maelstrom members. A heartbeat later, their heads and legs hit the floor separately, their torsos neatly bisected, smooth cross-sections gleaming under the dim light. Damn it! Another set of clothes ruined. Ensuring a clean, instant kill came at a price. Carl let out a sigh as he glanced at the fresh blood soaking his entire outfit, completely unaware of just how terrifying he looked to everyone else in the room. Blanca, who had originally planned to provide backup in case Carl couldn't kill everyone fast enough, stood frozen in place. She stared at the massacre Carl had created in less than a second, her mind struggling to process the sheer brutality and efficiency of it. I hired you for protection, but did you really need to wipe them out so fast? She had already mentally prepared herself for a chaotic gunfight, for getting injured, even for the possibility of dying here today. But in reality, all that preparation was pointless. She had assumed Carl's job would be to kill Juanito first, then cover her escape under fire from the 10 Maelstrom members. That was her idea of the best-case scenario. Sure, things had played out a little differently. She ended up shooting Juanito herself, but in the end, they should still be running away right now. But instead, Carl had just killed everyone. What was supposed to be an escape and protect mission turned into pure, unrestrained slaughter. Since when were mercs this capable? Carl, completely oblivious to Blanca's internal horror, remained unfazed. To him, this was just logical. How do you protect your client? Kill every single person who poses a threat. Isn't that just common sense? Why waste time standing guard, constantly worrying that some stray bullet might blow your employer's head off? That's amateur hour. Carl was a professional mercenary. He'd already completed several jobs at this point, and he knew his trade. Threat neutralized. So what's next, boss? Carl asked, casually reloading his gun. There are 3 more downstairs. Want me to take them out while I'm at it? While you're at it? Blanca almost wanted to say Maelstrom members are still people, too. But honestly, she didn't care about them. So, she simply nodded. Carl wasted no time. He strode to the window, aimed his gun downward, and, before the 3 Maelstrom gangers outside could even react to the gunshots inside, bang! A single deafening shot rang out. Then silence. All clear. What's next? Ping. Your account has received 50,000 eddies. Oh, damn, that was fast. Guess the job's done then. Carl flashed a wide grin, completely unaware of the blood dripping down his face, trailing from his forehead down his neck. Blanca stiffened. Her body shivered involuntarily. Not from the threats she had faced today. Not from Juanito, not from Maelstrom. No, for the first time, she was truly afraid. Of the mercenary she had hired to protect her. You should wipe your face first. After hesitating for a moment, Blanca handed Carl a handkerchief. You can't really walk around looking like that. My face. Only then did Carl belatedly glance at his reflection in a shard of broken glass in the room. Seeing the state of his face, he frowned. No wonder it felt all sticky. He wiped his face with the handkerchief, cleaning off the blood before casually handing it back to Blanca. Thanks. Would any normal person wipe blood off their face with someone else's handkerchief and then just hand it right back? Blanca's eye twitched slightly as she looked at the still dripping cloth in her hands. Considering how efficiently Carl had handled the job, she let it slide and took the handkerchief back. But then she watched as Carl started rummaging through the corpses of the Maelstrom members. What are you doing? Grabbing cash and looting their guns to sell. Had she never heard of mercenaries looting after a job? Carl gave Blanca a sidelong glance. What kind of rich girl was this? The type who wouldn't even bother picking up money if it dropped on the ground? Realizing she had asked a dumb question, Blanca felt like her brain wasn't working properly in front of this walking death machine. Under Blanca's gaze, Carl efficiently looted everything of value in just 10 minutes. Then, with nothing left to do, the 2 of them left the building. On the way down, Carl grabbed whatever he could from the 3 bodies outside as well, before taking a look at the car they had arrived in. In the end, he decided against taking it. Not that he wasn't tempted, he absolutely was. But modern cars all had built-in locking and authentication systems. Without the right hacking tools or advanced netrunning skills, he had no way of stealing it. Need me to give you a ride? As a courtesy for Blanca's quick and generous payment, Carl figured he might as well offer her a lift. No need, my car's here. Carl watched as Blanca's cybernetic eyes flickered slightly, and shortly after, a Villefort Cortez V 5000 Valor pulled up on autopilot, smoothly stopping in front of them. Villefort Cortez V 5000 Valor, one of the most prestigious models manufactured by Villefort. Its sleek and elegant design is highly favored by corporate elites, politicians, and gang leaders alike. Though prone to occasional breakdowns, its reinforced body, built in collaboration with Militech, ensures the safety of its occupants. The driver's side door automatically swung open. Blanca stepped inside, but didn't immediately close it. Instead, she rested one foot on the floor mat and the other on the pavement, turning back to Carl with a smile. "Want me to give you a ride?" Her smile widened slightly. Think of it as a sign of future cooperation. So, it looked like this phone number was going to get dialed again in the future. Carl had that thought, but still shook his head, declining her offer. "I'll walk back." "All right, then." Seeing Carl refuse, Blanca didn't insist. She simply waved him off before settling into her seat, closing the door, and driving away. Carl, meanwhile, stood there, watching her car disappear into the distance. A few minutes later, he let out a sigh. "That car is at least 370,000 eddies. My commission is still way too low." At first, Carl thought 50,000 eddies was a lot. But compared to the car his employer had just casually driven off in, "Guess I still need to work harder." Carl shifted the weight of his equipment. His Kenshin tech pistol was back in its holster, wiped clean and reloaded. Carrying his bags, he made his way south toward Watson. While walking, he absent-mindedly browsed vehicle prices in his mind. In the process, he stumbled upon an advertisement. "Do you dream of soaring through the stars? Want to set foot on the moon? Now, you don't need 10 million. You don't need 1 million. For just 250,000 eddies, you can make it happen. Don't just dream, act now." A moon trip? Was traveling to the moon something casual nowadays? That was kind of tempting. Carl had always had a slight fascination with space. Then, right beneath the price for a 3-day, 2-night lunar tour, he noticed the cost of permanently settling on the moon. The total fees, including paperwork and processing, came out to 5 million eddies. And that didn't even include the cost of buying a home on the moon. Curious, Carl looked up the price of lunar real estate. He found a related report on NC54 News. A standard immigration housing unit costs 100 million eddies. While the price may seem steep, it's nothing compared to your safety. Taken directly from in-game news. 100 million? Carl did some quick math. He'd have to complete 2,000 jobs like Blanca's just to make that kind of money. Assuming 10 kills per mission, that meant he'd need to kill 20,000 people just to afford a home on the moon. Even wiping out all of Maelstrom wouldn't be enough. At that point, it'd be easier to just have a friendly chat with a corpo executive and negotiate a deal. Good thing he had no plans to move to the moon. A short trip might be fun someday, though. Not that it would make much of a difference. Carl glanced at another NC54 news segment, where they covered so-called safe and legal lunar immigration options. Meanwhile, some corporations were tricking people into moving there under false pretenses, only to enslave them as cheap labor. Corporations were the same no matter where you went. Whether you were stuck on Earth under its gravity or seemingly free, drifting among the stars, you were still blinded by neon lights that outshone the sun itself. As he left Watson's North Industrial District, Carl noticed more and more billboards and ads flashing around him. He thought for a moment and decided, tonight, he'd try eating a steak. Maybe worm steak really did have 6 times the protein of real beef. Aside from 2 Militech Saratoga SMGs, Carl had sold off all the other guns. Between that, his commission, and all the cash he looted, his balance had now reached an all-time high of nearly 60,000 eddies. He figured he'd give one of the SMGs to Jackie and ask if either of them needed cyberware. He could cover the cost for now if they wanted something. Having some extra eddies made Carl a lot more generous. While considering how to spend his money, he stepped into a small restaurant and ordered something he had never tried before, a full rack of ribs, priced at a whopping 20 eddies. It only took 2 minutes for the synthetic worm-based steak to arrive. The meat even had a decorative synthetic bone made from hydroxyapatite, mimicking the appearance of real ribs. It actually looked about 80% like a real rack of ribs Carl had eaten before. The real question was, how'd it taste? A few seconds later, Carl sliced off a soft piece of beef, put it in his mouth, and chewed. His face twisted in disgust. Shit, that was a waste of money. Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming. I'm coming. Who the hell is it? Oliver had just returned to his apartment after having dinner with his sister. He hadn't even had the chance to sit down before someone started banging on his door. Muttering complaints under his breath, he pulled up the security camera feed to check who it was. Upon recognizing the visitor, he quickly walked over and opened the door. "Carl, you look kind of rough. I took on a side job. Remember that corpo from before? Made some eddies, so I figured I'd buy some stuff to celebrate. I already messaged Jackie. He'll be here soon." Carl stepped inside, carrying several bags filled with food and drinks. After setting them down, he pulled out a packaged item and handed it to Oliver. "Here, have some steak. I literally just ate." "Wait, hold up. You went on a job alone and didn't tell Jackie or me." Oliver took the steak, but then frowned as realization dawned. "You ran off to do a gig solo while we were busy? You're way too eager, man." Yeah. The client insisted it had to be a one-person job, just a negotiation gig, you know? I was just hired as security. Security? Oliver studied Carl carefully. Not a single scratch on him. Looks like the negotiation went smoothly. Yeah, really smoothly. Carl thought about it for a second. His employer had no complaints. The other side certainly didn't have any complaints. No one had any complaints. So yeah, super smooth negotiation. Turn on the TV. Let's see what kind of shit show the city's got going on today. What's there to see? Even though turning on the apartment TV cost extra, Oliver wasn't going to be stingy in front of a friend. He accessed his system and activated the screen. As he did, he absent-mindedly bit into the steak Carl had handed him. The texture, the tenderness. This is ribeye steak, isn't it? Damn, these go for 20 eddies apiece. I don't usually splurge on this stuff. Exactly, so no wasting it. Of course not. It's just one piece. My stomach still has room. Oliver paused mid-sentence. He glanced at the steak in his hands, his eyes narrowing at the clean-cut marks on the edges. Wait a damn second, Carl. When you say no wasting, a memory hit him. The disastrous night at the Yakitori restaurant. Carl had ordered everything on the menu, taken one bite, and then left the rest for Jackie and him to clean up. You didn't do it again, did you? Oliver's expression darkened as he eyed the massive bags of food Carl had dumped on his table. Nah, just this steak. The rest is new. Relax, most of it's just snacks, chips, chocolate bars, though they're all made with cocoa substitutes. Couldn't find any with real cocoa butter. All right, that's a relief. Oliver finished off the steak in a few bites. Jackie arrived shortly after, bringing along a massive bag of fries from Mama Wells' bar. Oh, my favorite. Carl practically lit up at the sight of the fries. He immediately plopped down on the couch and started devouring them with childish enthusiasm, almost like he enjoyed Mama Wells cooking more than Jackie did. Jackie chuckled at the sight, then dropped onto the couch himself, only to feel something hard pressing against his ass. Frowning, he reached beneath him and pulled out a compact SMG. Dios mío, my God, a Saratoga SMG? Carl, where the hell did you get this? Picked it up after dealing with some Maelstrom guys on the way. This one's yours. This little thing packs a punch. Jackie inspected the submachine gun with admiration, running his hands over it like he was appreciating fine craftsmanship. Then, just like Oliver before him, he processed what Carl had just casually said. Wait, what do you mean dealt with? Carl sighed and gave Jackie the same explanation he had just given Oliver. That corpo again? Jackie pulled the charging handle on the SMG, listening to the satisfying mechanical click. Well, I'd say that's definitely worth celebrating tonight. My place is big enough to crash if you guys want to stay over. Just eat and drink all you want. If we run out, there's always the vending machine. I don't keep much stocked, mostly burritos, but knowing Carl, he probably wouldn't like the meat inside. As Oliver was talking, the TV screen suddenly changed from regular daily news to an urgent broadcast. Good evening, and welcome to an emergency report from N54 News. I'm Jillian Jordan. Just half an hour ago, a cyber psycho went on a rampage in a restaurant in Kabuki, Watson. The exact death toll remains unclear, but Max TAC has been dispatched to contain the threat. Residents in Kabuki and surrounding areas are advised to remain indoors until further notice. Another cyber psycho? Jackie frowned as the broadcast showed flashes of on-site footage. How many is that this month? Too damn many. Oliver was focused on the screen, but then he noticed Carl had stopped eating his fries. Carl was staring at the restaurant on the screen, his brows furrowed. I just bought food from that place. You're saying the restaurant on screen is the one you just went to? The logo's still on the bags. No way I'd mistake it. Carl responded with certainty before casually picking up another fry and tossing it into his mouth. Judging by the timing, I must have left right before it happened. If I'd been a little slower, I have run into that cyber psycho. Should we call that luck? Jackie looked at Carl's expression. He didn't exactly look pleased about it. Luck for me, sure. Carl recalled the friendly service staff and cashiers. Shame, though. Won't be able to go back there anytime soon. But this was Night City in 2075. That was just how things were. Beep. As he was thinking, a call from an unknown number came through his interface. Spam. Not wanting to be interrupted while eating, Carl hung up without a second thought. But immediately, the call came through again. The second time? Probably not spam. Carl picked up, and a calm, measured voice came through the line. Carl, right? My name is Faraday. I've got a job that might interest you. A job. That was Carl's first reaction. His second was, Faraday? Who the hell are you? Faraday. Hearing the name, Oliver immediately recognized it. I think that's some fixer who works across City Center, Watson, and Santo Domingo. Back when I was in the 6th Street gang, some guys took jobs from him. Jackie lowered his voice, asking, how good is he? Low-tier mercs get low-tier fixers. Oliver's hushed response made it pretty clear. Faraday wasn't exactly top of the line. Carl, however, didn't care much about that. The moment Oliver mentioned fixer, he understood why the guy was calling. A fixer, huh? You looking to send a job my way? One of my corporate clients passed me your number, said you've got skills. So what do you say? Want to get some practice in? A corporate client? Carl only knew one corpo well enough. Blanca looked like she was satisfied enough with his work to send some business his way. All right, what's the job? Give me the details. Nothing major, just a warm-up. Head to Chop Doc Turf and pull someone out. Don't overthink it. It's not an official contract. Before I hand out the big stuff, I like to get a feel for a merc's capabilities. Considering the difficulty, the pay won't be much, just 6,000 eddies. That a problem? 6,000? Hearing that number, Oliver and Jackie both felt like they were being played for fools. That whole before I send you the big jobs, I need to test your skills spiel? Only dumbass mercs would fall for that. The real meaning was clear. I've got a bunch of high-risk death trap jobs, but before I send you off to die, I need to see if you can handle some low-paying grunt work where I take most of the cut. Still, he was the first fixer to reach out to them. Oliver and Jackie weren't about to shoot Carl down. He was the one handling the business side of things. If he thought it was worth it, they'd do it. If not, no big deal. Their job was to show up and get paid. Rescuing someone from a scav den. Huh? Carl thought for a moment before speaking. Send over the full details. What's the deadline? I'll send the info now, along with 1,500 up front as a deposit. As for the timeline, whenever. If you're eager, hit it soon. If you're busy, take your time. Worst case scenario, the client just wants a body. The pay's already set at the minimum corpse retrieval rate. Translation, the client barely had enough cash to get their guy's body back. Got it. Send it over. I'll take a look before I decide. All right then, we'll leave it at that. Faraday clearly wasn't putting much thought into it. He hung up without another word. 10 seconds later, a file came through. Carl ran a quick scan using his cyberdeck to check for common viruses. Once the file came up clean, he opened it. So fixers really do just grab a bunch of desperate street-level idiots, toss them chump change that can't even buy cyberware, and send them off to die against scavs? I always thought that was just a saying, but here we are. Jackie glanced at the bag of chips he had just opened, let out a sigh, and picked up his Saratoga SMG. Ain't that the truth? Oliver looked at Carl and could already tell. He was taking the job. With another sigh, Oliver got up to prep his gear. Just had to be right after dinner. Huh? I'm probably going to throw up. Carl, still reading through the file, looked up at them. You guys are already gearing up? I haven't even finished looking at this yet. Were you really planning on resting? Oliver checked his loadout, then said, come on, let's get this over with so we can come back and keep eating. Call it a digestion break. How about we take a little breather first? Come on, Carl. We all know how you are. Jackie flipped Carl off. Don't sit there pretending like you're the one who wants a break. We're about to go waste some scav filth, and you're out here acting coy? Move your ass before whoever blew their life savings on this gig really does just get their friend's corpse handed back to them. Look at you, Jackie. Such a kind soul. Carl grinned, but he stood up, putting his full tub of fries on the table for later. Yeah, no way we're letting those bastards keep running their little organ market. Scavs were scum. Didn't matter if they had a job or not. If any of them saw those psychos on the street, they'd put them down on the spot. No one wanted to end up seeing a friend or a family member disappear, only to find out they'd been gutted for parts. They headed downstairs, piling into Oliver's beat-up car. All right, listen here, Carl. You keep talking shit about my car, I'll leave your ass behind and make you walk back. I wasn't even saying it out loud, just thinking it. Bullshit. You were muttering it loud as hell. All right, enough. We're already packed in here. Quit squirming. I'm practically getting my face smashed against the window. Jackie shifted his position as best he could, then brought up something that had been bugging him. So $6,000 for this gig. How much you think that Faraday guy skimmed off the top? This dude thinks we're idiots. No way in hell he gave us a fair cut. He probably took at least half. Oliver thought back to what he had heard about Faraday's reputation from 6th Street mercs who'd worked with him before. From what I heard back in 6th Street, half is just the standard lowball. I don't know, man. The way he was talking, wouldn't be surprised if he took even more. I bet this gig's really worth 30, maybe 40 grand. Jackie shifted his weight in the seat. All right, Carl. Where we headed? Let's get Oliver to floor it. Got it. Carl stopped messing around and called out the location. Their target? City Center. City Center, the heart of Night City's corporate elite. Supposedly the safest place in the city. To the average corpo wage slave, muggings, gang violence, and shootouts are just urban legends. Things that only happen in the slums. NCPD threat level assessment. Safe. Who would have thought there'd be a scav hideout in one of the busiest districts in Night City? I actually used to believe City Center was safe. Oliver stretched his wrists and readied his Nova revolver, eyeing the apartment complex in front of them. The moment I hit the streets, I stopped believing in that corpo propaganda. Jackie held his Saratoga SMG, its compact frame looking almost comically small in his huge arms, like a grown man trying to use a kid's chopsticks. Everyone was young and dumb once. After locking the car, Oliver looked over at Carl, who had his Kenshin tech pistol in hand. All right, Carl. What's the plan? Target's on the 6th floor. Let's take the elevator up. Carl had already shared most of the intel on the way over, so Oliver and Jackie were up to speed. That fixer even sent us the exact room number. All that's left is for us to kick in the door and clean house. Looks like he's got some pro-level netrunner backing him up. Sent us a whole-ass video feed of the place. For scavs in the room, target's still alive, hasn't been gutted yet. Then let's make it quick. For scavs? Oliver wasn't even sweating it. These kinds of low-life organ thieves only preyed on civilians and lone gang members. If they had real skills, they wouldn't be stuck doing this shit. Their cyberware and guns were bottom-tier garbage, barely better than what a random street punk could get their hands on. Hell, Oliver wasn't even sure their rounds could pierce his vest. If it weren't for the time limit, Oliver could have soloed all 4 without breaking a sweat. Even back when he was in 6th Street, for a whole week before getting kicked out, he'd trained since childhood under his ex-6th Street dad. The guy drilled him on marksmanship, tactics, and close combat. Before meeting Carl, it would take at least 7 or 8 scavs to take him down. Now, with all the jobs they'd run together, this wasn't a fight, it was butchery, and Oliver wasn't even the strongest one in the squad. Jackie and Carl, either one of them could tear through a whole scav den without breaking a sweat. The entire mission played out exactly as expected. The longest part was driving over, then riding the elevator up. Actually dealing with the scavs took almost no time at all. Damn, Oliver grinned, holstering his revolver as he looked over the 4 corpses. I think my aim's gotten even better. He spread his arms wide at Carl. All right, give me a rating. 3 shots to the head, 1 to the heart. 2 seconds total. Accuracy solid, but you could still speed up. All right. I'll grind some more westerns on BD. Gotta admit, Carl, I never realized how useful those things were for actual training. Maybe because you were too busy jerking off to notice. Carl shook his head and turned to Jackie, who was checking on their unconscious target, a young guy, lying on a filthy, blood-stained mattress. How's the kid, Jackie? You need Oliver to take a look. Nah, he's fine. Just dosed up on anesthetics. Probably won't wake up today. After confirming the target was stable, Jackie stepped aside so Oliver could handle the extraction. The guy was young, way younger than Oliver expected. 17, maybe 18? About Carl's age. Huh, kid's about as young as Carl. Oliver glanced at Carl before realizing how that might have sounded. No offense, Carl. I just mean he looks young as hell. What's his name? Name, huh? Let me check. Carl flipped through the file, confirming the target's identity. Julio. Kid's from Japantown. Julio, huh? Sounds like a pretty average name. How'd he end up getting snatched by scavs at his age? Jackie didn't quite get it, but Oliver, after double-checking that the kid was stable, gave his own guess. Probably 'cause he's young, cyberware-free, and an easy target. Japantown ain't far from city center. Kid must have wandered a little too far out and got himself in trouble. Let's hope he learns not to be so reckless next time. Jackie sighed before turning to Carl. So what now? We calling the fixer? Already did. His people are sending a car. Should be here in a few minutes. Once it's here, we just gotta dump Julio in the back seat, and that's it. We're done. You know, legit gigs feel kinda different. Everything's handled by the fixer. We just gotta show up and pull the trigger. Yeah, Carl muttered, and half the pay vanishes in the process. Shaking his head, he walked over to a scavenged computer and jacked in. Might as well dig for intel. See if they could pinpoint another scav hideout and take care of some unfinished business. Scavs in Night City were like cockroaches in a landfill. No matter how many you squashed, more would crawl out from the trash. But still, fewer scavs was always better. At the very least, Carl wanted his name to carry enough weight that just hearing it would make these scum piss themselves. As data flooded his optics, he sifted through files, mostly coming across sickening transaction logs. Then something caught his eye. The fuck is this? A standalone, highlighted document, clearly marked as important. Carl opened it. One by one, images filled the screen. Jackie, Oliver, come check this out. Found something weird. Weird. Jackie and Oliver walked over, leaning in to get a better look. What the hell is this? Jackie frowned. The series of dimly lit photos didn't make much sense to him, but the outline of something massive stood out. Some kind of big-ass machine? No, Oliver said. Unlike Jackie, Oliver had seen these before. And when he spoke, both Jackie and Carl froze. That's an ACPA. ACPA. Are you sure this is an ACPA? Jackie looked shocked the moment he heard Oliver's words, because everyone knew what an ACPA was. ACPA, or Assisted Combat Personnel Armor, was essentially wearable armor with the firepower and durability of an armored vehicle, even a tank. In simple terms, it was a power suit, a full-body exoskeleton designed for extreme combat scenarios. I'm positive, Jackie. Oliver crossed his arms. 6th Street has 3 riot control ACPAs stashed away. But after Arasaka and Militech signed that ceasefire agreement, ACPAs were officially banned from Night City. And now, I find ACPA intel in a scav hideout? That's weird as hell. Banned from appearing publicly? Carl furrowed his brows. But I've seen mechs next to NCPD roadblocks, fully armed to the teeth. Aren't those ACPAs? Nah, those are just enhanced exoskeletons with ACPA-grade weapon platforms, Oliver explained. A true ACPA is on a completely different level. Armor, firepower, and pilot safety. It crushes everything we've seen. Imagine a walking tank, one that can plow through anything in its way. Carl ran a hand through his hair, thinking, if power armor is that strong, why are cores so focused on cyberware instead? Wouldn't ACPAs be better for war? Damn, Carl, you really are a rich kid, huh? Jackie chuckled and answered before Oliver could. Cyberware is about keeping corpo dogs alive. They can replace hearts, lungs, whatever, and still look human. But if you stick them inside a power suit, have a machine control their body, and keep them alive with nutrient paste, they just become a walking tin can. Carl suddenly felt like certain stories about fearless mecha pilots were getting roasted. And that's not even the biggest issue. Oliver chimed in. The G-force inside an ACPA is insane. A regular meat bag wouldn't survive the strain. If anything, you need cyberware to even pilot one properly. So it's not one or the other, Carl muttered, finally getting it. ACPA and cyberware weren't rivals. They were two halves of the same equation, like a spear and its metal tip. Only when combined did they become truly lethal. With this question answered, a new one arose. But now that I think about it, if Arasaka and Militech have banned ACPAs in Night City, aren't they worried that a corp, or even a gang like 6th Street, might secretly stockpile ACPAs and launch an attack on their VIPs? Oliver took it upon himself to explain. Look, ACPAs are strong, but they're not invincible against cyberware. Do you know how much a good ACPA costs, Carl? Take the 6th Street Gang's light riot control ACPAs. Even those are cheap at around 1.4 million eddies per unit. But do you know how much it costs to take one down on the battlefield? Cost? Yeah, because for core, lives don't mean shit. Money does. I heard from some 6th Street veterans who fought in wars. They said that whether it's a light, medium, or even heavy ACPA, you could take one out with a few soldiers equipped with Sandavistans and tech weapons. And how much does it cost to replace those soldiers? Sandavistan, a cyberware implant that temporarily boosts muscle reflexes to their absolute limit, effectively making everything around the user slow down. So killing a high-value ACPA only requires a few cybered-up veterans willing to die for it. Carl finally understood. So, it's a matter of cost efficiency? Yeah, exactly. Core only care about their bottom line. Now that he understood the cost versus combat efficiency, Carl didn't even bother asking what would happen if a Sandavistan-equipped soldier piloted an ACPA. From what Oliver had explained, ACPA pilots already needed extensive cyberware enhancements to withstand the immense G-forces while operating one. If someone stacked a Sandavistan on top of that, they'd probably go full cyber psycho before even finishing their first mission. Even the average gang rat on the street knew what happens when you overload yourself with cyberware. The ACPA discussion had gone on long enough. Carl checked the client's message. The vehicle would arrive in 1 minute. It was time to haul the target downstairs. Before leaving, Carl copied all the ACP-related files from the scavenger's computer, then shot the terminal to pieces. We can talk more over food and drinks later. Let's finish the job first. Finding ACPA schematics in a SCAV hideout was definitely strange, but without more intel, it was just a curiosity, not something they could act on. Fine. At least it gives us something to talk about later, Jackie said, glancing around the room full of severed cyberware. But before that, his eyes narrowed at the pile of stolen implants scattered everywhere. I should probably call the NCPD. If there were more bodies here, I'd definitely be having nightmares tonight. Jackie grinned, clearly joking. A former Valentino like him wasn't scared of a few corpses. Hearing Jackie's decision, Oliver raised an eyebrow. Calling the NCPD? What? So they can confiscate all this cyberware and then sell it to ripper docs on the black market. Despite his cynicism, Oliver still dialed the number. Because at the end of the day, even if the NCPD was corrupt, they were still better than the scavs, if only by a little. This is the remaining $1,500 after the down payment and the split. With a $6,080 payout, each of them got $2,000, a decent amount considering it was more than what most Night City workers made in a month. But for mercs like Carl, Oliver, and Jackie, it was just SOSO. On their way back, they bought some booze and hot food, finally returning to Oliver's apartment to resume the feast that had been interrupted. Shit, we did a lot today. I'm exhausted. No idea how those corpo dogs survive working 20-hour shifts. First Maelstrom, then scavs. After all that, Carl was really feeling the exhaustion. I heard some corpo dogs literally remove part of their brain so they can just pop stimulants and work for 24 hours straight. Jackie said this as he tossed a drink toward Carl. Lil Cola, straight from the heart. The hell, get that nasty shit away from me. Carl instinctively threw it back in disgust, except his aim sucked, and it smacked Oliver in the head. Hey, shit, my bad. Carl's flesh and blood body had no cybernetic enhancements, so when tired, he was prone to mistakes. He couldn't compare to those factory workers who could keep operating even while asleep, thanks to neural implants and cybernetic limbs. "What time is it?" Oliver rubbed his head and turned toward Jackie, who was lazily sprawled out on the couch with a beer in hand. 8:30. Still early. Want to watch a movie? Jackie grabbed a skewer of sauce-covered meat, took a bite, then suddenly lit up in surprise. "Shit, this chicken skewer is legit. I swear, outside of Japantown, the only place that does it right is downtown." "Legit." Carl squinted at Jackie's skewer, skeptical. After a brief hesitation, he picked one up, stabbed a piece with a toothpick, and took a bite. His expression immediately twisted in disgust. "This shit is neither authentic in taste nor texture. Not everyone's bougie like you, Carl. 99% of Night City has never tasted real meat. Of course, the texture is going to be bullshit." Jackie chomped down on another bite of the soft, artificial chicken and glanced at Carl, who was struggling to swallow. "Look, man, living off just veggies ain't sustainable. Since you're so used to real meat and can't stomach the fake stuff, why don't we reach out to some Badland smugglers? See if we can score some real meat for you. That's gonna cost a shitload of eddies, right?" Carl grabbed another handful of fries, stuffing them into his mouth while feeling tempted, but when he thought about the cost, he hesitated again. "Actually, it's not that bad." Being from Santo Domingo, a district close to the Badlands, Oliver had a good grasp of the market for real meat. A whole chicken runs about 1,000 eddies, and a whole pig is around 5,000. But that's just the base meat price. It doesn't include the smuggling fee, the bribes, or the transportation costs. Plus, you can't even guarantee the animal will arrive alive, but if it doesn't, they at least preserve it properly. 1,000 eddies. 5,000 just for meat? That actually sounds reasonable. Carl was surprised that it didn't seem overly expensive. But when he thought about how a synthetic fried chicken meal in Night City was only 18 to 20 eddies, he realized that the 50x price gap was actually insane. For us, sure. But if you look at regular people, an entire month's salary might only be enough to buy one real chicken. And that's without accounting for all the checkpoints, bribes, and smuggler fees. In the end, you might spend more than 1,000 eddies and still never get your hands on it. That's why real meat is so rare in Night City. Oliver continued. "Actually, pork is easier to get than chicken. Because of past bird flu outbreaks, Night City has strict poultry regulations. So getting real chicken means higher bribes at customs. If you're serious, I'd recommend getting pork instead. And if I wanted a whole pig, including all the smuggling fees, around 10,000 eddies would guarantee a successful delivery." 10,000 eddies. Carl had about 52,000 eddies right now. That meant his entire hard-earned savings were only worth 5 pigs. Few corpos threw money around like Blanca. You could buy some damn good cyberware for that kind of money. Jackie whistled, slightly shocked at the cost. "Our discarded flesh isn't worth as much as a pig, huh?" Oliver took a bite of his synth meat taco, chewing thoughtfully. "So, Carl, if you're serious, I can reach out to some contacts. Or you could just get used to this real meat, even if it's synthetic." "Oliver, Jackie, you guys really have no interest in real meat?" Carl had already decided to spend the money. A merc couldn't afford to skimp on food. But before buying, he wanted to see if Oliver and Jackie wanted to split the cost. Synth meat is made from worms, locusts, and other crap. I've been eating it since I was a kid, so my taste buds are already used to it. Honestly, if I ate real meat, I'd probably be just as uncomfortable as you are with synthetic. I'm good. Oliver had zero interest in buying real pork. But Jackie was interested. "Actually, I'll buy some too." Jackie nodded, then looked at Oliver. "Hey, Oliver, do you think they could bring in real corn too? I want to try making authentic tamales." Tamales were a traditional Mexican dish, essential for Dia de los Muertos, weddings, birthdays, and Jackie's personal favorite meal. But he'd only ever had them with synthetic pork and cornmeal, never the real thing. "If they can, I'll ask around and let you know the price." Oliver agreed, then glanced up at the TV, which had switched to a new report about the cyber psycho incident in Kabuki. The cyber psycho disappeared before the Max TAC response team arrived. Citizens in the area are advised to stay indoors. Carl and Jackie both turned their attention to the news report. Disappeared. Jackie frowned. How far is Kabuki from here? Carl didn't even have to think about it. 30 minutes on foot. He'd literally walked from the industrial zone to Kabuki and back to his apartment earlier that day, so he knew the distance perfectly. Good morning, Night City. Carl slowly opened his eyes to the familiar voice of NCBN's morning anchor, Stanley. His gaze swept around the room, finding Oliver and Jackie sprawled out on the couch, limbs tangled in awkward angles, surrounded by empty beer bottles. Meanwhile, he was the only one who had made it to the bed. Did they leave the TV on all night? Letting out a yawn, Carl rubbed his eyes. He hadn't drunk any alcohol the night before, but after such a long day, exhaustion caught up to him. While Oliver and Jackie were going shot for shot, Carl had thought about resting for just a few minutes before getting up to join the fun, but he ended up knocking out completely. Guess I was more tired than I thought. Yawning again, Carl left them alone, letting them sleep like the dead weight they were. He made his way to Oliver's identical bathroom, splashed some cold water on his face, and half-heartedly brushed his teeth with his finger and a bit of water, just enough to feel somewhat awake. The tap water in Night City always had a weird taste. It was barely safe to wash with, let alone drink. If you wanted real purified water, you had to buy it separately, and it cost more than a bottle of alcohol. Still, you had to buy it. Carl walked over to the room's vending machine, spending 20 eddies, the price of a synthetic ribeye steak, on a bottle of purified water. He took a few sips, swished them around to get rid of last night's stale aftertaste, spat it into the trash can, and then chugged the rest. Now I feel human again. Pulling out his phone, Carl checked his messages. No new job offers. Even Faraday, the fixer who had thrown him that shitty test gig, was silent. Man, this is boring. Carl glanced at the two sleeping drunks, debating whether or not to dump a bottle of water on their faces to wake them up. Tempting, but nah. Instead, he left a message saying he'd grab them breakfast and decided to head out. Of course, he grabbed his JKX2 Kenshin Tech pistol before stepping outside. Never go anywhere unarmed in Night City. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, Carl stepped out and looked toward the same row of food stalls he'd first seen on his first day in 2075. Not much had changed. The Chinese food stand had been replaced with Japanese cuisine. The owner had changed too, but the stall remained the same, and so did the crowd of early morning diners. Like replacing a cog in a machine. Just swap out the broken parts, and the system keeps running. The only question was, when would the whole machine finally collapse? Carl approached the stall, ordering 2 large sushi platters to go and a bowl of ramen. No meat for himself. All he wanted was to eat in peace. He took a seat at the same greasy, broken table as before, though now it carried a faint scent of blood, adding a new layer of grime to its history. Just let me eat in peace today. But, as if the universe had other plans, before the stall owner could even start cooking, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the streets. This time, however, the stall owner had learned his lesson. At the first sound of gunshots, he ditched his station, diving under the counter for cover without hesitation. Well, here we go again. Carl gripped his Kenshin and turned his gaze toward the source of the gunfire. Who the hell dares to interrupt my breakfast? The last group that had tried, the Maelstrom gangers, were probably buried under some random building foundation by now. As he looked over, a stray bullet came flying toward him, only to be sliced clean in half by a flick of his monomolecular wire. He had watched enough samurai brain dances to know how to cut bullets midair. Compared to those guys swinging katanas around to deflect rounds, Carl found it a lot easier to let his Militech parallel processor handle the calculations while he simply moved his fingers. Of course, it only worked with stray bullets. His current setup wasn't anywhere near what he needed to face down a full-auto rifle or machine gun. Better keep this trick for showboating. Carl quickly scanned the 2 groups shooting at each other. No gang emblems, which meant just a bunch of street punks who couldn't even make it into a gang. Even gangs in Night City had entry requirements. These losers? Even the scavs would find them too trashy to recruit. No money in killing them. Hell, it'd just be a waste of ammo. This goddamn city of light sure is shining bright today. Carl had zero interest in wasting his time putting down some low-life nobodies, especially when, from the corner of his eye, he spotted NCPD officers arriving on the scene. NCPD might suck at dealing with real gangs, but when it came to beating the hell out of weaklings, they were undefeated champions. NCPD, drop your weapons. With great enthusiasm, the overjoyed officers rushed in like a pack of starving wolves, finally finding someone they could actually overpower. Sure, most cops carried Kendall Lexington pistols, just like these wannabe gangsters, but there was a difference. The punks' guns were cheap junk, probably jammed every other shot. Meanwhile, the NCPD's Lexingtons were personally modified, well-maintained, and had that crisp, satisfying pop when fired. To Carl, the sound of gunfire was oddly reminiscent of a popcorn machine going off on a street corner. Speaking of which, been a while since I had popcorn. Should have bought some for movie night yesterday. Within a few minutes, the entire fight was over. The wannabe gangsters were either on the ground twitching or being dragged off in cuffs. By the time the stall owner placed a steaming bowl of ramen in front of Carl, the whole situation was resolved. Carl turned back to look at the completely unfazed customers and vendors, who had already resumed business as usual. Then he turned again toward the crime scene, barely 100 meters away. He sat there in silence for a moment. Then, without a second thought, he picked up his chopsticks and dug in. Food comes first. Thanks to the brave officers of NCPD, another gang-related incident has been successfully neutralized. Let us give our highest respects to these courageous men and women who keep Night City safe for all its citizens. Carl paused mid-bite, looking up at the live broadcast being conducted by an NCPD spokesperson. His stomach suddenly fell off. Maybe greasy ramen wasn't the best choice for breakfast. Or maybe it was just the bullshit on TV. Rubbing his stomach, Carl finished his meal, grabbed the 2 sushi platters, and prepared to head back. But then, just past the police cordon, he noticed someone approaching. A man, head drooping, stumbling forward, movements erratic. Something off about the way he walked. A bad feeling crept into Carl's gut. Then, yesterday's news report flashed through his mind. The cyber psycho escaped before Max Tack could arrive. Shit. The moment Carl entertained the thought that the staggering figure approaching the NCPD officers might be a cyber psycho, the man lifted his head. A middle-aged man, his face scarred and riddled with deep grooves, like a battlefield map. His cybernetic eyes rolled back, exposing only the whites, while the edges of his eye sockets revealed fractured mechanical implants, flickering with a strange yellow glow. It was the kind of yellow light that reminded Carl of a traffic signal, flashing a cautionary warning. One of the NCPD officers noticed the man's erratic approach. Raising his Lexington, the cop was about to shout a warning, telling the guy to step back from the crime scene. And then the man vanished. Carl's pupils shrank. For a moment, it was as if time itself slowed down. The middle-aged man's body seemed to leave behind a trail of afterimages, closing the distance to the officer in less than a heartbeat. Carl tried to react, but his body felt sluggish, as if he was moving through molasses. His mind could process the speed, but his body couldn't keep up. Sandevistan. Not everyone could perceive a Sandevistan-enhanced movement without having one installed themselves. Carl could see it, but the NCPD officer sure as hell couldn't. All he knew was that his vision blurred for a split second, and then his chest erupted in pain. His instincts screamed at him to look down, and when he did, he saw a long, mantis-like blade protruding from his chest, having pierced straight through his ribcage and organs. Amidst the crimson mess, he could see something still twitching. His heart? The thought barely registered before the blade retracted. And then, darkness. Mantis blades. Carl was the only one who had seen everything unfold in real time. Mantis blades, retractable forearm-mounted blades, highly concealable and deadly. A favored weapon among solos and bodyguards. This guy had just used his Sandevistan to close the gap, then executed a single precise strike straight to the heart. Flawless. Efficient. He had done this before. Carl flashed back to the news report from the night before. Those dismembered corpses. the cyber psycho in Kabuki that had vanished. He was 80% sure that this man was the same guy. Watch out! Carl was still analyzing the situation when the remaining NCPD officers snapped out of their shock. They raised their guns. No hesitation. A volley of Lexington gunfire erupted, each bullet finding its mark. But the yellow-eyed man barely flinched. The rounds hammered against his torso, but his subdermal armor absorbed most of the impact. At best, it made his body tremble slightly. And then, a mechanical voice rang out. Subject identified. Patrick Bell. Diagnosis, cyberpsychosis. Shit, it's that psycho from yesterday. The NCPD officer's panic was palpable. And as his name was called, the yellow-eyed man, Patrick, suddenly reacted. It was as if a sliver of consciousness flickered back into his mind. His movements became erratic, his body jerking and twitching like a machine breaking down. And then, he lunged. The Sandevistan activated again, and once more, only Carl could see the streaking afterimage. At the end of that blurred motion, the final stitch in a closing seam. Another NCPD officer fell dead. Cyber Psycho. The terrified screams of the crowd erupted as panic swept through the streets. The official spokesperson, who had just been praising the NCPD's bravery, threw all dignity aside and scrambled toward the news van, trying to hide inside. The food stall owner, who had been prepping meals just moments ago, vaulted over his counter, joining a wave of terrified customers sprinting toward the mega building complex. And in the midst of the chaos, Carl set his sushi down. That sushi wasn't just breakfast for Oliver and Jackie. It had inari sushi for himself, too. He wasn't about to let it get ruined. While the crowd rushed away in panic, Carl shook out his arms, turned in the opposite direction, and walked straight toward the ongoing fight. A normal person facing a cyber psycho would run. But Carl was far from normal. He had wanted to fight against someone using Sandevistan for a while now. If anything, his only real motivation was to test himself and maybe make a little cash on the side. How much was this psycho's bounty worth? Maybe 10,000 eddies? Getting paid for fighting over breakfast? Not bad. Even cyber psychos couldn't abuse Sandevistan endlessly. The human body had limits. Having already used it twice, Patrick instinctively realized he had to pace himself. Now, instead of teleporting across the battlefield, he broke into a sprint, charging at the NCPD officers, intent on slaughtering them. The Lexington pistols in the cops' hands kept firing, but their bullets bounced uselessly off his subdermal armor. Somewhere in their desperation, they could only scream into their radios, begging for MaxTac to arrive. And deep down, every officer with a useless Lexington thought the same thing. I swear, after today, I'm buying a real fucking gun. And then they saw Carl sprinting toward them. No way, not another one. At first, they thought he was just another cyber psycho. But then, they realized his target wasn't them. It was Patrick. I'll handle this guy. Just don't shoot me. My ass doesn't have subdermal armor. His voice was too clear-headed, too calm. But none of the NCPD officers felt reassured, because they were watching a young kid do what no sane person would ever do. Charge straight at a cyber psycho. Everyone watching expected him to be ripped to shreds within seconds. Watch out! One older NCPD officer leapt from behind cover. He didn't know why this dumb kid was rushing to die, but there was no way he was just going to stand there and watch it happen. Sure, he took bribes, a lot of them. Sure, he shook down shop owners for protection money. And yeah, if they didn't pay, he and his buddies made sure they regretted it. But at the end of the day, he was still a cop. And he wasn't about to watch a damn kid die. No need to worry. Carl didn't bother explaining. As long as the cops kept their shitty Lexingtons from hitting him, they could do whatever the fuck they wanted. In his hands, monowire gleamed. As Carl walked towards Patrick, the cyber psycho, the latter came to a halt. His instincts detected a threat. A beast stripped of reason, left only with madness, would instinctively sense its greatest enemy. Compared to the surrounding little rabbits, insignificant enough to be ignored, Patrick now perceived the approach of Tiger. Tiger claws. The phrase flashed through his mind in an instant. Patrick didn't know why, but he could remember it clearly, as if it had been engraved into his brain, impossible to erase. Tiger claws, he muttered in a low voice. Hearing the faint words, Carl stopped at a distance of 12 meters. Does he still have some rationality left? Just as Carl had that thought, those bloodshot, yellow cyber eyes locked onto him. Guess not. Staring into those glowing yellow optics, surrounded by ruptured, blood-stained flesh, Carl saw nothing but madness. Come on, Carl smirked, issuing a battle invitation. As if taking it as a signal, Patrick's figure flickered and blurred. Time seemed to slow as he activated Sandevistan once more. Patrick was using the Dynalar Sandevistan MK.1. It was a combat-oriented model designed for mercenaries and soldiers, meaning it not only enhanced reaction speed and bodily activation, but also included built-in combat assistance software. Even in his deranged state, this assistance allowed Patrick to detect vital points on his enemy and strike with lethal precision. In a blink, no, faster than that, Patrick was already at Carl's side. His mantis blade thrust forward, aiming to pierce Carl's right arm, then drive through his lung before reaching his heart. I can see it. Within the time-stretched perception of Patrick Sandevistan, he witnessed something terrifying, a slow, deliberate smile, a slight tilt of the head, and words spoken in what should have been an unbroken sentence. He kept up with my speed. Even in his madness, Patrick felt a creeping chill of fear. But he couldn't stop now. His mantis blade was already in motion, and there was no turning back. Carl watched it all, his grin widening. Gotcha. From the moment he first saw the cyber psycho activate Sandevistan, Carl had formed a hypothesis. By analyzing his opponent's movements, he had already deciphered Patrick's combat pattern. A mind consumed by insanity would only act on muscle memory, relying on the techniques it was most familiar with. That predictability in a fight was the biggest flaw of all. The first key observation, this cyber psycho, Patrick, had activated Sandevistan twice before. Both times, his attack trajectory had been to flank from the right side of his target. This indicated that, instinctively, his most familiar and natural strike came from the right. The second key observation, each time he activated Sandevistan, he covered exactly 14 steps. Twice now, his charge had ended after 14 strides. A cyber psycho lost in madness would not possess the clarity to regulate their cyberware usage. It was purely instinctual. Given that the average adult male stride length was 85 centimeters, 14 steps meant a total distance of 11.9 meters. Carl had placed himself precisely 12 meters away. Patrick could not reach Carl's back. He would be forced to attack from the front or the right side. Knowing where the attack would land made countering it as simple as reacting at the right moment. Carl's monofilament wire lashed out, striking Patrick's non-mantis blade arm. The ultra-thin cutting edge sliced effortlessly through his subdermal armor, severing half of his forearm before making contact with the mantis blade itself. Unlike flesh and armor, mantis blades couldn't be easily cut by monofilament wire. The moment the wire met resistance, it did what it did best. Much like a string wrapping around a spinning top, the monofilament wire coiled tightly around the mantis blade. The initial whipping motion had already built up momentum, and with Patrick Sandevistan at its limit, he could only watch helplessly as the wire wound around his entire arm. Tom snapped back to reality. Instinctively, Patrick tried to yank his arm free, attempting to rip his mantis blade from the entanglement. But in his maddened state, he had failed to realize the wire had coiled around not only his blade, but his own flesh. Had he left it alone, he might have salvaged the situation. But he pulled. The moment he did, the razor-thin monofilament wire sliced through his own muscle and sinew like butter. With one simple pull, Patrick had severed the flesh of his own arm. The wire tightened at his wrist, not because it couldn't cut further, but because the mantis blade anchoring the other end had reached maximum tension. The two cyberware components strained against each other, producing an ear-piercing metallic screech as they ground together. The excruciating pain briefly snapped Patrick out of his psychotic haze. Realizing his right arm was now beyond saving, Patrick switched tactics, raising his left mantis blade for an attack. But Carl had already been waiting for this moment. A gun barrel pressed against Patrick's forehead. "Nice meeting you, yellow-eyed old man." Carl tilted his head slightly, gazing down at Patrick, who had slumped slightly due to the pain and entanglement. Those yellow cyber eyes, once glowing with madness, were now dimmed, stained red with blood. Carl smiled. "And now goodbye." Bang. Covered in blood again, wiping away the splattered blood on his face with the back of his hand, Carl sighed. When will humans evolve to the point where getting shot in the head doesn't spray blood everywhere? This, the middle-aged cop who had stepped out from behind cover earlier to prevent Carl from getting himself killed, now stood about 7 or 8 meters away, dumbfounded. He could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. The cyber psycho that NCPD had no way of handling had just been taken down by this young man, and in a single exchange. The sheer shock of this reality was so overwhelming that when Carl finished wiping the blood off his face and looked over, the officer blurted out instinctively, Are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine." Retracting his monowire and securing his kinshin back at his waist, Carl glanced at the middle-aged cop before crouching down to start searching the cyber psycho's pockets. What are you doing?" Noticing Carl fiddling with something, the officer stepped closer, curiosity piqued. "Searching for money. What else?" Had this NCPD cop never looted a corpse before? Skillfully going through the dead man's belongings, Carl was surprised to find that the cyber psycho was dirt poor, not a single eddy to his name. Feeling something thin and rigid between his fingers, Carl pulled it out of the corpse's inner pocket, an encrypted chip. A chip? With a subtle motion, Carl deftly slipped the chip into his sleeve without making it obvious. Then, standing up, he turned toward the officer, pointing at the corpse as he asked, "How much was his bounty? I remember seeing an NCPD warrant on him yesterday. I just took care of the problem, so let's settle this job." The middle-aged officer had noticed Carl's slight hand movement, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, after signaling to the other NCPD officers to stand down, confirming that Carl wasn't a threat, he pulled up the bounty records. Patrick Bell. Bounty, 10,000 eddies, dead or alive. Only 10,000? Hearing Carl's dissatisfied tone, the officer now fully realized this kid was definitely a merc. Only a merc would be this fixated on money, completely unconcerned with anything else. It was rare to encounter a merc who looked so young and approachable, and given that this kid had just saved his life in some way, the middle-aged officer actually took the time to explain. It's because his bounty was only recently issued, and this is just the first bounty notice since he went on the run. If we had waited a few more days, the reward probably would have gone up. And by how much? Based on my past experience. The officer thought for a moment. A cyber psycho equipped with a Dynalar Sandevistan MK.1, mantis blades, and significant subdermal cyberware. If he had escaped again before Max TAC arrived and continued his rampage, it could have reached over 100,000 eddies, maybe more. That much. Carl glanced regretfully at the corpse lying on the ground. Sounds like his value appreciated faster than the eddy market itself. Just the Dynalar Sandevistan MK.1 alone cost 75,000 eddies when brand new, not to mention the mantis blades and the various cyberware implants that could be salvaged. Hearing this, Carl refocused his gaze on the corpse. So, would it be possible for me to? The body has to be turned over to the NCPD, the officer said, cutting him off with a sigh. This guy was an Arasaka security officer, and according to the contract he signed before his death, everything he owned, including his cyberware and personal funds, automatically reverts to Arasaka. A contract that extends even beyond death. That's some real corpo bullshit. Carl wasn't surprised to hear that an Arasaka security officer was using cyberware from another company. The reason was simple. Arasaka didn't have its own Sandevistan models, at least not officially. Maybe they were developing them in secret, but for now, nothing had hit the market. It was just another reminder that Sandevistan tech wasn't something ordinary people could afford. Most who used it had likely signed away their posthumous rights, just like this cyber psycho had. Well, looks like there's nothing left for me to do here. Watching as more NCPD officers moved in, setting up hollow barriers around the scene, Carl turned back to the middle-aged officer. What's your name? Let's exchange contact info. You want it for the bounty transfer, right? Don't worry, it'll be in your account by this afternoon at the latest. The officer quickly sent Carl his account details along with a note. When Carl received the message, he saw the name attached to it. Johnson, classic American name. All right, I'll be on my way then, Mr. Johnson. If anything like this comes up again, feel free to contact me. I'm more than happy to help the NCPD deal with these situations, as long as the pay is right. Carl had kept an eye on Johnson during the fight. He'd noticed the officer had tried to rush in and help him, whether out of duty or conscience. Either way, Carl remembered the gesture, and so he gave him a rare sign of respect, adding Mr. to his name. It's been a long time since someone called me that with any respect. It wasn't something you heard often on the streets of Night City. As Carl waved goodbye and walked off, Johnson watched his retreating figure and, for the first time in a long while, smiled. Maybe this city still has a few things worth believing in. Sergeant Johnson, we need your signature on the incident report. Right, I'm on it. 10 minutes later, at Arasaka Corporation's Special Task Force Division. So, Patrick is dead. A man reviewed the report on Patrick's demise, but after skimming through it, he tossed it aside, uninterested. I was hoping that, since you and I both came from the Tiger Claws, you'd have been a useful subordinate. Looks like I overestimated you. The man leaned back in his chair, letting the disappointment fade as he accessed another file in his neural database. So, the next batch of volunteers for our experimental in-house Sandevistan project. Here's your breakfast. Carl, did you go out? Still half asleep, Oliver nudged Jack's foot off his stomach and blinked at the large bag Carl was holding. What are we eating? Sushi set. Both are large portions. Sushi, huh? Jack, rubbing his eyes, yawned before his nose caught onto something strange. Following the scent, he turned to Carl. Carl, why do you smell like blood? It's on TV right now. Carl pointed at the screen where an NCPD broadcast was running. The headline read, "In a heroic battle, NCPD officers have taken down a cyber psycho." And the location was downstairs. You ran into a cyber psycho. That woke Oliver up completely. He scanned Carl's body for injuries, only relaxing after confirming he was unharmed. You got dragged into it, huh? What a pain. Not really a pain, Carl replied, placing the plastic-wrapped plastic sushi boxes onto the table in front of them. This cyber psycho? I was the one who took him down. Huh. How the hell does a simple breakfast run turn into taking down a cyber psycho? As Carl fetched 2 bottles of purified water from the vending machine, he recounted what had happened. You weren't just dragged into it. You jumped in yourself. A cyber psycho with Sandevistan, mantis blades, and subdermal armor. And you went after him? Do you have a death wish? Oliver shook his head in disbelief. If he'd run into a cyber psycho like that on the street, he would have turned and bolted without a second thought. I just want to make some eddies. Who knew it'd only be $10K? Not even enough to buy a new gun. If something like this happens again, call us, Carl. You're taking too many risks alone, Jack added. Carl nodded at their concerns. I just wanted to test if my instincts were right. I won't do it again. He wasn't some reckless idiot. Testing out how it felt to fight against Sandevistan was one thing, but next time, he'd at least upgrade his cyberware first or learn a few more tricks for brain dances. As he handed over the drinks, Carl suddenly remembered the chip he had pocketed earlier. Speaking of which, I picked up a chip. Plugging it directly into my neural interface isn't the safest move. Oliver, mind if I use your computer? Go ahead. As Oliver and Jack casually ate their sushi, Carl plugged the chip into Oliver's PC. The data loaded quickly. There was nothing too special, just a text log. But the contents were strange. The cherry blossom born from chrysanthemums and roses has arrived in the City of Nightlights. Carl could understand City of Nightlights. It was obviously referring to Night City. But the rest? Pure nonsense to him. So what do chrysanthemum, rose, and cherry blossom refer to? Just flowers? But the word born was used. Could it mean a person? Does this message imply that someone has arrived in Night City? There's too little information. Why would a cyber psycho be carrying a data shard with this kind of cryptic message? And what does it even mean? He had no clue. But one thing was certain. This was all the information he was getting from it. Carl had always valued information gathering, whether useful or not. He made a habit of remembering everything, because his skills worked best when built upon accumulated knowledge. After telling Oliver and Jack to save him some inari sushi, Carl started browsing other sites, until he came across a car dealership website. Hey, that's Old Captain's car sales site. Drinking purified water, Oliver noticed Carl's screen while bringing over the inari sushi he had requested. Old Captain. Yeah, he's from Santo Domingo. I heard he used to be a corpo, but got sick of the corporate system, quit, and started selling cars. They're all used cars, Jack added as he walked over. He was familiar with the dealership. Most of them belonged to people who died or needed to offload them in a hurry. If you don't mind that, the prices are pretty cheap. They really are. Carl scrolled through the listings, most of which were under a few thousand eddies, some even below 10,000. He was starting to have an idea. Oliver, Jack, what do you think about me buying a car? That way, we wouldn't have to cram into the same ride anymore. A used car. Jack had the vehicles on screen. You sure it won't have issues later? Old Captain's cars are trustworthy, Oliver assured him. The ones he personally handles are all clean. You can check the listings for cars he's directly selling. Those are the safe bets. The rest? Avoid them. Those might be more trouble than they're worth. Oliver knew a lot about Old Captain's dealership. Every street kid in Santo Domingo had browsed his site at some point. After all, what could be more appealing than flashy cars and high-powered guns? So, got any recommendations? Looking at the endless options, all of them hyped up with exaggerated descriptions, Carl realized he didn't know much about cars. He decided to let Oliver handle it. First, let's pick a four-seater, Oliver suggested. Even if we split up and drive two cars, having a four-seater will be better when we're running jobs together. After browsing for a while, Oliver pointed at a specific vehicle, one Carl was already familiar with. Not just familiar, he had ridden in one before. Thornton Colby Hera ECD i360, a well-regarded, durable car, now listed on Old Captain's site for just 31,000 eddies. Almost brand new. And the reason it was almost new? The original owner never even got to drive it. He was shot dead by some random gongoons on the way to pick it up. His family, left without a provider, couldn't afford to keep the car and had no choice but to sell it. This one works. Carl quickly decided on his first vehicle purchase in Night City. Counting the 10,000 eddies from the NCPD reward, I had over 60,000 saved up. But after spending 10,000 on real meat and 31,000 on a car, in the blink of an eye, I'm down to just 20,000 eddies. Sitting in Coyote Kojo, which had practically become their base of operations, Carl counted his remaining eddies on his fingers, feeling broke once again. You still have 20,000 eddies? I barely have a few hundred left, Oliver said with a sigh. I bought a Midnight Arms SOR 22 kinetic precision rifle and installed nanofiber implants. My account is completely drained now. Midnight Arms SOR 22, a powerful semi-automatic battle rifle designed for military use. No fancy decorations, just pure deadly efficiency. While its heavy recoil demands reinforced bone and muscle structures, its raw firepower makes up for it. Nanofiber, synthetic muscle fibers designed to enhance physical performance. Hearing that, Carl glanced at Oliver's SR 22 resting against the bar counter. The former 6th Street gang member seemed satisfied with his purchase, his eyes full of admiration for the weapon. I still have some savings, Jack chimed in while sipping his drink. But I'm still a long way from affording the implants and weapons I really want. I think you should add a motorcycle to that list, too, Carl said while munching on the fries Mama Wells had sent over. Didn't you always want to get an arch bike, Jack? Yeah, but Eddie's brother. I need Eddie's, Jack groaned. To be a big shot, I need to take on bigger jobs. But without the right gear and implants, I can't handle those gigs. So, the bike will have to wait for now. There will always be jobs, Jack. Always. Carl glanced at the number of Fixer Faraday in his contacts, feeling increasingly doubtful about his reliability. Faraday had promised them a test run before handing them real gigs. Yet after the small-time job with the scavs, he had gone silent. No follow-ups, no confirmation, nothing. Just as Carl was considering taking on some smaller side jobs for quick cash, a loud commotion erupted from a nearby table. When Carl and the others turned to look, they saw a man smash a bottle against the head of another. Crash! The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed through the bar, and in an instant, the entire place went dead silent. All eyes turned to the scene. You gonna make up your damn mind or not, asshole? Quit hesitating already. The one who smashed the bottle was a guy in his early 20s, about Jack's age. He wore a rugged jacket, half his face covered in cyberware, and his mechanical and organic features twisted in clear frustration. Carl didn't recognize him. He definitely wasn't a regular at Coyote Kojo. But the man across from him, now bleeding from his scalp with shards of glass embedded in his skin, was someone Carl did know. A local driver from Haywood, a man who often dropped by the bar for a drink after work. A guy in his 50s, known as Old Freight. In Night City, a street runner making it past 50 was practically an old-timer. What the hell is going on here? Coyote Kojo was, after all, Jack's mother's bar. Naturally, he had every reason to step in and break up any disputes. He immediately stood up and made his way toward Old Freight. Carl exchanged a glance with Oliver, who got the message and followed Jack over. Meanwhile, Carl casually dumped the fries from his plate into the small plastic bag Mama Wells had given him before leisurely walking over while snacking. Freshly fried crispy fries would get soggy if he didn't eat them fast enough. By the time Carl arrived, Jack had already started mediating the situation with the half-cyberface guy. And from their conversation, Carl quickly pieced together what was happening. In short, the half-cyberface guy was an external investigator sent by Militech. He was looking into transport routes in Haywood, and Old Freight had recently been making runs between Haywood and City Center. Since Old Freight had been on those routes, the Militech agent wanted answers, but Old Freight was struggling to explain anything clearly. Was Old Freight hauling Militech's shipments? Carl asked. No, he was just driving through those routes. He had nothing to do with Militech, Oliver answered. Carl found the situation bizarre. If Militech lost their cargo, and Old Freight had nothing to do with it, then why is this corporate goon shaking him down like he owes them something? Because that's just how Core work. To them, Old Freight is just some random street driver, nothing more. They take the easiest approach possible, lean on the little guy until they get what they want. So, this is just intimidation, huh? Using corporate backing to throw their weight around. Carl glanced at Old Freight, an innocent guy who hadn't done anything wrong, bleeding all over the place, too scared to even wipe the blood off his face, shaking in fear, unable to fight back. Then, he looked at the arrogant corporate agent, radiating entitlement, as if not cooperating was somehow Old Freight's fault. Carl understood the situation perfectly. All right, I've had enough. Carl turned toward the bar counter, where Mama Wells had already pulled out the first aid kit, ready for use. Mama Wells, you wouldn't mind if I helped clean up a little, would you? Of course not, kid. I'd appreciate it. Great. Carl grabbed the first aid kit and handed it, along with his half-eaten bag of fries, to Oliver. Patch up Old Freight, and do it properly. And don't even think about touching my fries. I'm watching you. I've got half a bag left. Oliver looked at Carl, then at Jack, who was still talking and seemed to understand exactly what Carl was about to do. I wouldn't steal them. I'll handle the first aid. Just try not to break anything. I got it. Jack's too patient with these types of people, Carl muttered, cracking his knuckles as he walked forward. But me? I can handle this without breaking a single glass. Causing trouble in Coyote Kojo? Who the hell gave this guy the guts? When someone refuses to listen to reason, sometimes fists are the best way to get the point across. And that's exactly what Carl did. Jack, move aside a little. Carl. Jack, who had been trying to mediate, hadn't noticed what Carl was up to until he instinctively stepped aside. That's when he saw Carl clenching his fists and Oliver holding a medical kit. In an instant, he understood his friend's plan. Well, looks like my Patience 101 with Jack Wells class is officially over. What class? The half-mechanical-faced man was still confused about what the big guy had just said when Carl walked up to him. His cybernetic eye flickered as he tried to scan Carl, but before he could process anything, Carl's fist smashed straight into his face. The impact was brutal, making the man feel as if his face had caved in. His body lurched backward, completely out of control, and he nearly fell off his bar stool. But before he could hit the ground, Carl helpfully grabbed him by the collar. "What the hell are you doing?" The guy's speech was slurred, his jaw already starting to swell from the hit. He couldn't understand why some random stranger had just walked up and punched him out of nowhere. "Nothing much," Carl replied casually. "I just didn't like the way you avoided answering my question, so I decided to beat the answer out of you." "Wah, what quest?" Before he could finish, Carl's fist connected with his face again. Bam. Gah. "You fuck." Another punch. "Now, do you feel like talking?" "You bah." Bam. "Now, you're in, sah." Bam. The conversation, or lack thereof, continued for about 10 more punches. By the time Carl finally stopped, the once arrogant corporate enforcer looked like a bloody mess. His organic cheek was swollen and missing a few teeth, while his cybernetic half was dented from the repeated blows. "Damn, that actually hurt my hand," Carl muttered, shaking his fist. "This guy's face is tougher than it looks." "Ew, why you didn't even ask anything?" Carl raised an eyebrow. "I didn't ask." The guy weakly nodded, blood dripping from his lips. "You didn't ask." Bam. "Then why the hell didn't you just answer anyway?" The half-mechanical guy was too dazed to process logic at this point. I. The half-mechanical-faced man was now completely convinced. This guy was a cyber psycho. All he wanted was to get the hell out of this bar and run back to the company as fast as possible. This place was way too dangerous. Who knew that a simple field investigation could go so wrong? Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was about to take a few more punches before being thrown out of the bar, Carl's communicator rang. "KK, I've got a job for you. I think you'll be interested." The fixer, Faraday, finally had a gig for him. Now that work had arrived, Carl had no time to waste on some corpo errand boy. He knocked the guy out with one final punch and let Jack handle the cleanup, dragging him out of the bar like garbage. Then, Carl took the half-empty bag of fries Oliver had been holding and placed it in front of Old Freight. "Eat something. Don't worry, if you ever run into this kind of shit again, just come find me at the Aldecaldo bar. Asshole corpos like these? I'll gladly take care of as many as needed." Carl grinned. "As long as you keep coming here and giving Wells' mom your business, we're all good." Old Freight's lips trembled slightly as he stared at Carl's genuine smile. Then, after seeing the sincerity in his eyes, he gave a firm nod. There wasn't much he could say. When someone like Carl, someone willing to stand up for the little guys, appeared, words of thanks just didn't seem enough. Unlike the rotting corpse that was Night City, this kid was young, full of life, like someone who had never been tainted by the filth around him. A warmth so rare in this city, something to be admired. Carl returned to his seat with Oliver and Jack. "I honestly thought you'd hit him a few more times. And I can't believe you actually shared your fries." Oliver looked at Carl with genuine surprise, but Carl responded with absolute seriousness. "Got a job to do. No time for more punches. As for the fries, well, I've always believed that good food can heal the soul. That's why I'm so picky about what I eat. The guy's already injured. Nothing wrong with giving him a few fries to cheer him up. Besides, these are the best fries in Night City, right?" Jack smirked, and Carl nodded in agreement, though he still shot Jack an annoyed look. "If you had stepped in earlier, I wouldn't have had to do anything. If you had taken any longer, I probably would have started throwing punches myself. I was just trying to gauge how hard I'd need to hit." Carl knew Jack wasn't lying. When he arrived, Jack already had his fists clenched, ready to jump in. "Whatever, forget about it. Next time, we just beat the crap out of them on sight." Anyway, Faraday sent a job offer. "Let's check it out." Carl shared the job details with Oliver and Jack before looking through them himself. None of them bothered reading the description at first. Instead, they scrolled straight to the bottom, looking at the payment. Oliver's eyes widened as he let out a shocked exclamation. 300 grand? Is that Eddie's?" Jack was equally stunned. "Yeah, it's Eddie's all right." Oliver's excitement faded as his face turned serious. This is definitely a job that could get us killed. For a fixer like Faraday to offer a job worth 300,000 eddies, he was probably pocketing at least the same amount, meaning this was really a 600,000 eddies gig. And any job that expensive was guaranteed to be a death trap, whether it was meant to kill the fixer, the client, or the mercs taking the job. They wanted a big job, and now it had arrived.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.